Check it out. Choke, no joke. Learn from mistakes. DJ S&S the Great. It ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. It ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. Best day of my life, no sleep all night. Broke day for weeks, my cash was right. My capo tight, take our loot, unite. 23-hour shifts had us elude like Mike. Cash lovely, yeah, Dougie. How could this day get so ugly? Wifey bout to pop like some bubbly. Yo, through those 9 months, you really bugged me. Felt like a star, cop first car. Get up with the guard, what it is, baby paw. Here about to cop a van, get up with our mans. Before we reached our low spot, toes blam. Unaware what happened, discussing the clapping. It wasn't loud, ain't shit gon' happen. Me being stupid instead of getting they moving. This nigga kept chefing like the woo one. Then we heard a knock, no one knew of this spot. 6 niggas in the spot, 6 niggas knock. Ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. It ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. It ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. I'm in the precinct all damn even. This good cop, bad cop shit got me steaming. No, I was caught, I ain't give a fuck. Had jokes like the usual suspects line up. Book times up, came back fuck. Shirt wrinkled up, my pigs roughed me up. Time's up, heard them clink of the cuffs. Niggas was so deep they had to call on the bus. Everybody that checks outside waiting on us like ghetto celebs. Our cells ain't plush. 5 in the book and gave a whooping. He never forget, they gotta be split. Up in the courtroom, they cause it ruckus. Everybody in the jacks waiting on us. Try to bail us out, that thought got thrown out. Bill one so high, I couldn't bail half a nigga out. Copped out, that's what first fell in the bow. Back on the bus, Rikers the row. Wifey in the courtroom crying out. We love y'all with tears running in their mouth. It ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. It ain't no telling you be a first-time felon. No telling when you be a first-time felon. Stay the hell. Don't follow those cats. The niggas that be on the gram, tell Bobo what they doing. Choke, no joke. You know what it is. Yo, y'all niggas with a stay DL. Down low. Stop flossing, man. You just want them to just come and get you? Learn from our mistakes, man. That's what this is about. Learn from mistakes. Choke, no joke. Let's go. You already know. Make it low, let's go. My aim was enlightened, drop jewels on you. You thinking I'm jealous, I ain't got cheddar like you. I'm the dude to a game, you got school. Was a local cat, snapped you when I made moves. I'm paranoid and preaching, you was sleeping. Knew you was sneak thief and couldn't see us beefing. Learn from mistake, don't show I got cake. Impress a nigga to rob me, bitch seal my fate. Get knocked by the feds, lay up for about 8. Ass so busy flossing, ain't thinking about Jake. Loose, yapping, they wiretapping, videotaping, your ways in action. Front like time's hard, 2-door garage, ice like Liberage, with no damn jaw, without a reasonable doubt. You think you Jay-Z with your platinum jewelry, he got a job, B. You shining on doctors with 4 degrees, laughing cause I'm broke on the streets. Stay DL, BDL and Sal. You ain't DL when your name ring bells. Stay DL, BDL and Sal. You ain't DL when your name ring bells. Stay DL, BDL and Sal. You ain't DL when your name ring bells. Shh, let's go. For beef, we not dolo. For cash, you go solo. Thought I was your man, shot me down like Manolo. Thought I was your partner when you played me was whack. No niggas dust that I wouldn't flip like that. What gives? See your man struggle while you live? That's some shit. Struggling, give you the kicks. Used to stick for gooses. Warm when we pump deuces. Break night in the jacks, trying to see millions like Brewster. You don't act like you used to. I'm the dude. When niggas was friends, you was like, yo, Joe, go through. I wet you like my claim for those who claim to be pain. The game of death, that's what you get with got game. Ill with automatics, we're never static. You carry that niggas, put one in your cabbage. Fear, don't have it, you fill me with laughter. You know GSC, then I'm original gun clapper. Like Dan Gaddafi, see a mill be Casper. Like Dre the doctor, the math from after.
Say DL, BDL is L.
You ain't DL when your name ring bells.
Say DL, BDL is L.
You ain't DL when your name ring bells.
Say DL, BDL is L.
You ain't DL when your name ring bells. Nigga, y'all loud, louder than the weed, nigga. Thinking with your pockets, caught the ice locket. She's somewhere in Houston, you blew like a rocket. Her seed was bait, through the line she caught it. Gave her all that loot, she couldn't afford it. Frontin' to them bitches, yo, I'm feeling him. Blue puff in your face, daddy, all about Benjamin. Remember me, I'm your friend to the end. Like Chucky, used to slay bitches like Buffy. Thinking why they cuff me, think of the luxuries you had. In the cell with other willies, you brag. I push the big Benz with 20-year trims. When in the club, Chris for all my men. Sitting across the bar, what's up, star? Back to reality, you back in bars. You chose not to listen, had the H-class glisten. Knew the rules of the game, played yourself out position.
Say DL, BDL is L.
You ain't DL when your name ring bells.
Say DL, BDL is L.
You ain't DL when your name ring bells.
Say DL, BDL is L.
You ain't DL when your name ring bells.
Yo, son, yo. So that son is me, yo.
I see.
You ain't noticed me, yo.
I see,
all this
man.
diamonds and stuff, yo.
How can I?
Fat diamond ring I got, yo. Yo, what you talking about, yo?
No,
It's diamonds, yo. You know what I'm saying? Yo, I got $35,000 on me right now.
Oh my God.
Nigga, I can show you the money right now. I can show you the money.
No, you ain't
Matter of
gonna show
fact,
me
I
nothing,
can show you
man.
my gun, yo.
What?
Yo,
Oh my God.
the gun, yo. Son,
put
man, what's
that-
the matter that you?
put that shit away.
Yo, you acting like you scared or something, nigga, yo.
Yo,
Take my
stay
shit out, bust it
DL,
right
man.
now, yo. You know what I'm saying?
Stay
I do
DL.
this, yo, the jewels, everything, yo, everything, yo. Yo, you heard about Dave?
Oh my God. Look at you, man. Choke no joke. Yeah. You know what Choke no joke. You know what it is. Let's go, let's go. 2020, rich niggas, money funny. We got killer bees and I lost my honey. My little sex master, yeah, she was a distraction to my mathematics. Then Corona happened. The government capping on what's really happening. Rock Nation signing niggas that's out here ratting. And Jay's the captain of the ship? Ain't this a bitch? You keep his sign and snitch. We lost Andre and Rich. Life's a bitch. Can't have a funeral no matter if you rich or poor. Overpopulated at morgues. Funeral homes, bodies all on the floor. No food in stores, no meat no more. These the last days if you never prayed. Have faith, all sort of illest a day. Yo, it's tough. When you see Puff rock a hoodie with his baby mama hanging from a cross, you lost. Damn, you told the CEO on the gram he was a handsome man. That's sexual harassment in front of millions of fans. You made Fab wanna scram like Sunday Letitia. Joseph don't leave, Mary and Jesus. Sags, self-pleasing, some sneak thievers. If we were kids, you call them flat leavers. They use you, don't need you. It's birth you, then see ya. Cross you, then be ya. Curve you and flee ya. Niggas wanna be you until they see you. They idolize you like you in the case. Nigga, you know who got punched in the face. In the A on stage or any place. A nigga like me never retire like Mace. And don't even care if the church is the escape. Last real nigga alive amongst your face. Y'all big mad, no frosting on my face. You can't come out, Epstein flight log is out. And tell us, what that spirit cooking about? Head to head with a satanist and niggas in doubt. The power of the dark side blocked me out. That's why I'm blacking. Get it in any sport, trick. That's why you the non-factor. 6ix9ine keep acting like you ain't acting. You wasn't flagging in the court yapping. That tough guy on the gram was just blabbing. Nigga, you capping. I'm the the king of New York. At y'all niggas, I'm laughing. At the closet. Action, nigga. At the closet. It's the king of New York. Choke, no joke. We here now. You know what it is. Eat a wall, stand up. Yeah. Choke, no joke. You know what it is. Learn from mistakes out right now on all platforms. This one right here is for the mixtape. Let's go. Yo, Nas, I ain't do this for clout. I'm just a real nigga trying to figure you out. How you don't put blood in this Judas mouth. Talking Japanese wine like you fanning out. Blushing at this bitch that disrespects your kid and her earth. Carmen, I know that it hurt. You said Pac left us. When rappers that wink at other rappers in the studio, which made me think, yo, what he got on you? And homie in pink, cause at Webster Hall, he didn't stream one link. Yo, y'all glutton for punishment. I'm sick and I'm done with it. If it was part of your plan, Nas, hard my word on it. I'm just your fan. With little celebrity, some say it's just the hate in me. Nah, I'm cut from a cloth. You don't brush shit off. Well, the penthouse of law gotta have a ceiling. Only forgive hoes with sexual healing. And that thought right now is not appealing. With these chicks, with the dicks like Little Nas X, I'm not a fan. You damaged your brand. Yo, Nas, don't ever do that shit again. I'm signing off. Esco stand. Yeah. Choke, no joke, you know what it is. You know what it is. Oh yeah, and you nigga, I ain't sorry for shit. I ain't with your boys' games, nigga, I'm with the shits. I'm nothing like Nas, I'm with the shits. I'm more like Jungle, wanting to bust your shit. But bro got me on chill. He said I'm illmatic, with the static, with the ratchets. Let's go to Brooklyn, cause he gotta have it. School days, would've called you faggot and smoked you like a Spike Lee joint. Yo, the greatest of all timers, got hit with all timers. You buster, nigga, your mic with the shiner. Knockout. Yeah, one-liners, give you a reason to be a one-eyer without reasonable doubt. You been a liar. You headache Kane, Jazzo inspired. Rape Dame and Chris, they ran the lion through the rock and the fire. Damn, you cold. Built the nation, the prop back home. How you the king of LA when Cube is home? How you bang in LA after Nip is gone? Mr. Smith, yeah, I'm nice with the gift too. The double entendres got those too. Your wisdom, knowledge, that I'm king too. I'm sorry I met the other side of you. That's the gift and the curse. I'm Christ from birth. From the hearse to the dirt. Fake niggas claim hurt. So I stay on my bullshit like I'm dirt. And never shot. Let my feelings fly. Let's go. Cause we all die. Like your beds. Nigga, I'm here. Only fear I have is truth not be told. We all get old. It's choke, no joke. Y'all already know. Let's go. Choke, no joke. You already know. Learn from mistakes out right now on all platforms. This for the mixtape. The 50-year-old platinum virgin. I'm not sorry. I'm not sorry. Choke, no joke. You know what it is. Yo, y'all niggas with a stay DL. Down low. Stop flossing, man. You just want them to just come and get you? Learn from our mistakes, man. That's what this is about. Learn from mistakes. Choke, no joke. Let's go. You already know. Make it low. Let's go.
Choke, no joke. Chiggy choke, no joke. Choke, no joke. Chiggy choke, no joke. Truth be told, all day, every day, and then on a holiday. Shout out to the Atlanta United. You already know. All right. My soccer team. my football team, whatever you call it, football team for my people over on the Great Britain side. All right. What up? What up? What up? Soccer on the East Coast. Well, not the East Coast. In North America. I don't know what they call it in South America. I sound muffled. All right, hold on, y'all. Don't go nowhere. Give me 1 second. Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Miggity microphone check. Jaden Stacks. Am I okay? 1 2 1 2. All right, there we go. All right, we good now. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah. This R. Kelly trial is a hot mess, man. It is a hot, 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 hot mess. This is one consistency throughout this whole R. Kelly thing. Would y'all like to try to guess what that is? I'll give you 60 seconds. I don't want to keep y'all guessing too long. Do y'all see what the consistency is in these R. Kelly cases? Outside of they trying to bury him alive. Yeah, we know that. Felicia Fee, what up? Discovery? No, he got his Discovery this time around. Jennifer is well prepared as far as the Discovery goes. There go the answer right there. There go the answer right there. And that's part of the answer. No, not the tape. Lies from some people, yeah. Due process, not too much in this one. I don't know what Andrea's old. What up, Keno? Love Angel, what up? Hutchie, what up? Queen Diva, what up? Ray Patterson, what up? When Stop Parents came forward. Carmen Lydia, what up? That's not it. Everyone gets immunity. I don't think everyone got immunity, but a lot of people did. Dre is in the video with R. Kelly and that kid, and that looks bad. He sent me something to my email. Hold on. Oh, my girl. Where you at? Queen Diva, thank you, sister. She sent me the transcript testimony. I had it, but she sent it. I got it again. Oh, I ain't have all this. I don't know if y'all want me to go through all this. Do y'all want me to go through all this? Do y'all want me to go through the testimony? This is the testimony of the girl that was in the sex tape. Do y'all want me to go through this whole thing? It's a lot. I mean, I did start early. The media isn't reporting it. Y'all want me to do this? Oh, y'all. I love y'all, so I'm going to do this. Only because of Queen Diva. It's your fault. But I appreciate you, Queen Diva. Okay. Oh God, y'all. Y'all better get some popcorn. Y'all gonna need it. Y'all better get y'all blunts, y'all drinks, y'all joints, whatever you do. This is gonna be Queen Diva done sent me day 1 and 2. Much love to her. Okay. Y'all gonna mess with my emotions today, boy. Woo, boy. Y'all ready for this? We back at the R. Kelly trial, y'all. This time in Chicago. I didn't plan to go this far into this Queen Diva, but you are, at your request, we're gonna go through this whole thing. Let me get me a drink. Is it Sparkles a victim? How is Sparkle a victim? Somebody says Sparkle is a victim. Hold on, y'all. I'm gonna read all these transcripts. I mean, for the girl that was in the sex video, the alleged girl that's in the P video, whatever y'all call it, we're gonna go through all her testimony. All right. Give me a second. I need to make me a beverage.
Oh yeah. My man had to come through and make sure it went through. Y'all niggas is in trouble. Choke no joke. I ain't no joke, the mixtape. We here now. You already know. Let's go. Choke chillin', got away from them billin'. Ain't shit really changed though, I'm still that villain. I'm making money with rhyme, fuck black on black crime. Beef and money don't mix, like Muslims and swine. I'm talking milk, penicillin, y'all be illin'. Y'all be thinking y'all killers, with your school face grillin'. Kick that bullshit to me, y'all be wet though like Bruce Lee. And Brandon and Hearst on the highway to heaven. Man, you making mad threats and stuck in one section. I'm OBP like Naughty, making connections. Talking under your breath, get you something you don't need. 2 fully loaded Macs, filled up with heat. Nigga, you sweeter than 30 days for a body. Pop shit to these niggas, see me walk by me. But I ain't looking for no beef, I don't eat bologna. But I'll bring a whole cow if you run up on me. Shiesty, try me and hype me to peel your wig back like 10 cent icy. bring it. Stop bluffing, I got your threats, they mean nothing. I respond like Bond, I come through on bombing. Playing bodegas, flipping Montega. You tan in the Jacks, I tan in Jamaica. Faker, wouldn't bust if he raped ya. Your chick out blazed her, hit it like Jada. While you blew up a pager, had to breathe like Vader. Your star at war, with the lightsaber. I'm here to lyrically tear your red, nigga, you a spear. I jack you up, now you outta here. Throw me on the 600. Now fuck your nigga Hummy, blowing down 8th Ave with a bad bitch blunted. I take it there. Y'all niggas don't want it. Y'all niggas don't want it. Y'all niggas don't want it with no joke. Who you thought it be? Represent the NYC. Bring it on if you niggas want some of me. Have y'all niggas feeling it like Jay-Z. No joke. Who you thought it be? Represent the NYC. Bring it on if you niggas want some of me. Bronx King like the LORDFINESSE. And that bullshit y'all do, y'all niggas don't stress me. Oh yeah, and you already know, Eden War what it is.
Choke no joke, we back. We are live and direct. Whew. We're gonna get into this here. Just so that y'all know that which one is it? Which one's the first one? 700. 600. All right, y'all. As y'all can see here, here are the transcripts. And that's all the information. All right. So let me okay here. Proceedings head into open court. The jury's out. The juries are all here, and they're lining up, so they'll be in a minute or two. So come to order. I think for the first order is Ms. Bonjean will cross-examine Mr. Everett. I don't know who Mr. Everett is. Mr. Brinley, Judge, I'm going to cross-examine Mr. Everett first today. Judge, okay. Mr. Julian, wait, let me see. Mr. Julian is on. All right, so Mr. Julian is Jason Julian, who's for the plaintiff, the DA, the prosecutor side, and all those on the plaintiff side is Janice Williams Apenting, Miss Elizabeth Rose Pizzello, Mr. Jason A. Julian, Mr. Brian Williamson. All right, that's everybody on the plaintiff side. And on our Kelly defense team is Jennifer Bond Jean, Ashley Blair Cohen, Diane O'Connell. All right, so the judge is here, and I think the first order is Mrs. Bonjean will cross-examine Mr. Everett. Uh, Mr. Brindley, Judge, I'm going to cross-examine Mr. Everett first today. Oh, so the prosecutor is going to go before Jennifer Bonjean. Okay, Mr. Your Honor, this is Jason Julian. Before the jurors come in, there was one thing that I wanted to discuss with you, and it's just a follow up to what I mentioned yesterday about the comments and the opening statement. Now I have the benefit of the transcript, and so me and Ms. Bonjean conferred. I don't think that she intended anything bad by this. In fact, she told me that she for the jurors, perhaps meant for the jurors to perhaps, if they are going to go on social media, that they will be after that it will be after the trial, so not during the trial. Wait a minute. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Julian. So what we heard yesterday during the opening statement was something about the jurors going on social media. What I'm saying is me and Mrs. Bonjean spoke, and what she meant by that was that after the trial had concluded, go on social media. But the way it came out, and I'll just read you the transcript, Ms. Bonjean said, I should point out that Mr. Kelly, I'm not going here to defend his moral character or defend his sexual proclivities when it comes to the amount of partners he has or anything of that nature. Okay. And when you go back to the jury room, eventually you're not going to be asked to decide whether he is a good person or a bad person. Okay. That's for social media. You can hold those thoughts, and that's something that you can maybe communicate there. So, what I'm asking of Your Honor is just to admonish the jurors that they are not to go on social media during the trial. They are not to communicate anything about the trial. The judge, I will do it again after this session. Thank you, Your Honor. I have and I will occasionally do that. But I did tell them off the bat that they are to stay off social media. And Mrs. Bonjean and Your Honor, for the record, I have no objection to that. But as you can see from my own words, I was pointing out the exact opposite. Like the jury, the courtroom is not for this. You can hold your thoughts if you want to. Uh, Judge, I didn't even pick that up. So, okay, Mrs. Bonjean says. Judge, I doubt if the jurors did either. But obviously, I told them not to. So I don't think that they would take that as an invitation to disobey what the judge told them to do. So, Mrs. Apenting, Your Honor, we just have two, but I will periodically advise them, instruct them again, and just in case somebody decides maybe to do that. Your Honor, I have one issue, Judge, if I may. Excuse me, you want to go first? Mr. Penting, just briefly, we have two issues. Number one, and I talked to the defense counsel about this before this morning. We anticipate that some witnesses today will ID or be asked to be ID the defendants. Given the COVID procedures that are in place, everyone has got masks. The government will ask prior to the witness looking around the room if Your Honor will ask everyone in the courtroom to remove their mask. Is that acceptable to the court? If it's acceptable to everyone else, just don't breathe on each other. They still tripping about this COVID shit in the courtroom. Oh my God. We will try not to do that, says Ms. Apething. Judge, we don't want to lose anybody. Thank you, Your Honor. The other issue is regarding sketch artists. There will be a victim witness testifying today. And our motions in Lamy, which you granted, there was a note about having the sketch artist anonymize or not sketch the victim witness. And so today we are asking before that, at the beginning of the day, I appreciate that the sketch artists are likely in the room right now to be admonished if they are going to sketch the victim witnesses, that they anonymize the face and hair. Judge, all right, I will instruct the sketch artist, if you wish to sketch these minor witnesses, that you are, that you obliterate their face like they do on television, okay? Thank you, Your Honor. Judge, I had one issue. If I may, yes, go ahead. I talked to the government, and I just want to remind the court that some of their witnesses I would be calling in my case. So I'm going to do a cross, and then I'm going to go into some open-ended questions. Instead of recalling retired Officer Everett, I'll be asking him questions. Is that acceptable? I hope that we would do that. So that to move the case along, so you don't have to recall witnesses, so that the parties, the defendants in this case, would be able to go beyond the direct examination to complete the testimony of the particular witness. Does the government object to that? No. We discussed it. That's acceptable, Your Honor. Fine. Ms. Judge, I'm also going to very briefly talk to one of the CPD officers, I guess that's Chicago Police Department, Officer Everett, and then one federal agent about the process of discovery and disclosure. Not for the purpose of suggesting that the government hasn't given us something. I understand that, and I'm not going into that. It's just to briefly educate the jurors about how the defense learns about the evidence in the case. As long as you don't indicate that there was any violation of discovery, you can do that. Presumably, as long as it's relevant, Anything else? That's it. Thanks, Judge. All right. See if they're ready. Jury comes in. Please be seated. Detective Everett may resume the stand for cross-examination. Just to remind the jurors, Detective Everett from the Chicago Police Department retired, was subject to direct examination last night, and that's where we will pick up with the cross-examination with Attorney Brindley on behalf of Mr. McDavid. Mr. Brindley, it's a little anticlimactic. Yeah. Detective Everett, you're still under oath. Do you understand that, sir? Yes. You may remove your mask. You may question the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. So Daniel Everett, government witness, previously sworn in his cross-examination by Mr. Brindley. Detective, now you said that back in 2002, you received a VHS cassette from Jim Derogatis, whatever his name is, Jim Derogatis. Is that right? Yes, it is. Derogatis is some kind of a reporter, or he was anyway, from the Chicago Sun-Times. Is that right? That's correct. Okay, so in 2002, some 20 years ago, approximately, you watched that VHS video, right? Yes, I did. Okay, now you testified yesterday that Monday, this week, Monday, August 15th, 2022, you watched a video that the government provided, right? Yes. Okay. Now, you said that the video you saw yesterday, you recognize the content as being the same as what you had seen 20 years ago. Is that right? Yes, it is. Okay. Now, we just established, and I just want to be clear, that you got from Derogatus was actually a physical cassette tape, right? It was a DHS tape. Yeah. No, no. What you got from Jim Derogatis himself, a VHS, you mean, right? Yeah, a VHS. Oh, okay. So you got a VHS video cassette tape from Jim Derogatis, and it had to be put in a VCR in a recorder to watch it, right? Yes. What you watch with the government on Monday, and then again on Tuesday, I think, I'm sorry, Monday and Wednesday was a disc, right? Yes, it was. So what you was shown yesterday in court was a disc, right? Yes, it was not a VHS cassette, was it? No, it wasn't. Okay. And do you know specifically when the disc you saw this week was made? Do you? No, I don't. Oh, okay. And did you not ever get the opportunity to watch the disc that you were provided and then watch the VHS cassette and a VCR to determine if they were indeed exactly the same? Did you? No, I didn't. Okay. And so you don't know if there's a difference in terms of the exact amount of time between the disc you were shown and the VHS video cassette that came from Jim Derogatis, correct? I'm not sure I understand your question. Well, there's a time duration for each video. The tape that you got back 20 years ago and the disc that you saw this time, right? Yes. Yes. Okay. And you didn't have an exact running time from the VHS Derogatis video. You didn't have a running time memorized for 20 years, did you? No. Okay. So then when you watch the disc, you don't know if the running time on the disc is exactly same as the running time on the VHS cassette, correct? I'm not sure what you mean by running time. The amount of time it takes, the exact amount of time to watch the video, the number of seconds and minutes. Oh, okay. I do not know exactly. No. Okay. And you don't know whether there are any differences in pixelation, for example. the number of pixels in the video on the disc you received, and the VHS tape from Derogators. You don't know if there are a difference like that, do you? No, I don't. You don't know if there are a difference in resolution between the disc you received and what you saw on the Derogator tapes, do you? No, I don't. You don't know if the video disc that you were shown now was enhanced in any way from whatever videotape you saw from Derogators 20 years ago, do you? It did not appear to be, but no. Technically, you do not know, right? No. And you don't know the disc that you got. You don't know how many times the content on that disc had been copied and recopied before you saw it, did you? No, I don't. Okay. And so you don't know if there's any differences between the electronic content on the disc you saw this week and the VHS tape that you watched 20 years ago, do you? No. And in fact, detective, you do not know. Well, let me ask it to you in a different way. When you were in the government, when you were with the government and they gave you this disc to look at, did they ever show you the actual VHS tape from Derogators? No. Did they ever give you an opportunity to look at the VHS tape and say, yes, that's the tape I got from Jim Derogators? No. So as you sat here today, detective, the real tape that actually came from Jim Derogators some 20 years ago, you don't know where that one is, do you? I don't know. Oh, okay. And in your meetings with the government to prepare you for your testimony, they were never able to show you any such video cassette, were they? No. Okay. Now I'll talk to you a little bit more about some of your interaction with the family of this individual that we're calling Jane for our purposes here in court. Jane to y'all is the girl that allegedly got peed on in the video. If y'all want to put her name in the comments, y'all can. I can't say her name. It says Jane here. But everybody knows that's the girl from the video, Sparkle's niece. Okay, now I'll talk to you a little bit more about some of your interactions with the family of this individual we're calling Jane for our purposes here in court. So what happened was, as I understood it, you got an anonymous tip, right? Anonymous call was made. Yes. Okay. And what that means is somebody called and made an allegation about Mr. Kelly and some underage girl. But the person who called didn't want to leave their name, right? Right. Okay. So based on this nameless allegation, you did your job, which was to go out and find out if there was anything to it, right? Yes. And what you do in a situation, and what do you do in a situation like that is you try to speak to the minor in question and the minor's family if you can, right? That is correct. All right. And so did you do that very thing, right? Yes. The first time you did it, did you say it was when in 99 or 2000? 2000. December of 2000, right? Correct. Okay. So you went to the home of the minor, Jane, right? No. You met them somewhere else? Yes. Okay. Wherever you met them in December of 2000, you asked her specifically whether there was any kind of inappropriate relationship between her and the musical artist Robert Kelly, right? I did. Okay. And she said in several different forms, no, right? That is correct. She denied it completely, right? That is correct. Her mother and father, as I think I understood you, they were also present, right? Yes, they were. And the mother also denied it, right? Yes. The father also denied it, right? Yes. And so, as a law enforcement officer, listening to what they had to say, you had to find that it was unfounded, right? Yes. Because the information you had based on what they told you led you to believe that there was nothing to it, right? There was no evidence to substantiate a crime. Okay. So then there was a second instance where you went back again. Is that right? You talked to her a second time. No, you did not. No, we were unable to locate her. Okay. So there was a period of time where you were trying to find her, but she was out of town or you couldn't locate her, right? We could not locate her. Now, in fact, in March of 2002, later on, you know that the investigator reporting investigators did talk to her again, right? On that particular date, there were interviews done. I didn't speak to Jane, though. Oh, so you did not. I did not. But you know from your participation in this investigation that in March 2002, Jane, mom, and dad again denied it all, right? Yes. Okay. They denied that it was her or could be her on this video that came from Jim Recognize. Is that right? They did. Yes. Y'all see this? The parents is saying it's not true to the police. The girl is saying it's not true to the police. So who made this anonymous call? Was it allegedly Sparkle? Mad? I can't believe nothing Sparkle say because, well, I ain't gonna say nothing, but it's hard for me to believe Sparkle because she keep denying that she had an intimate relationship with R. Kelly, and her ex-husband done put her out there and said that's why they broke up because she ran off with R. Kelly. So allegedly, she could have made that phone call. Who knows? It would have to be somebody that's close to the girl family to know that she was even working with him or around him or anything. Okay, at this time, Your Honor, I have no further questions for Detective Everett. The court, Mrs. Bonjean? Yes, Your Honor, I have a few. So this is Ms. Bonjean. Cross-examination on the detective. Good morning, detective. Good morning. When you were working this investigation, you were working with the Chicago Police Department. Am I correct? Yes, I was. You were a Chicago police detective, correct? That is correct. You weren't a federal agent, correct? No, I was not. You were not working on behalf of the federal jurors and any federal jurisdiction, correct? I was not. Yes. Now you testified that on October 24th in 2000, you or I guess a colleague received this anonymous complaint that you just mentioned under cross-examination by Mr. Brindley that informed you of information that Mr. Kelly may be having this inappropriate, unlawful relationship with a minor, right? Yes. And after that, the anonymous caller sent you some documents. Didn't they or didn't she? I'm sorry. The anonymous caller sent you some documents. Yes. Didn't she? One of those documents was a report prepared by DCFS, right? I don't recall that. When anything refresh your recollection, I recall receiving documents, but not a report from DCFS. Oh, it might have been Drea. Okay, how about a report by you? Would that refresh your recollection? It would. Judge, I'm going to ask to show only the witness. You may. Defense Exhibit 315 for identification purposes only. Do we need to switch the input? What computer are you using? Is Defense PC1? Is it on the video or board? Ah, I got it. Judge, I got it, Judge. It says no signal for our computer. I have it. It's fine. Judge, may I approach? I don't have to ask. You need to ask permission to approach. Just give it to him and let's go. Wait, I said that wrong. I have it. It's fine. Judge, may I approach? I don't have to ask. You don't need to ask permission to approach. Just give it to him and let's go. Jennifer's a little spicy. Detective, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this report, and particularly the second paragraph, if you would, and let me know when you're finished reviewing it. Okay, I'm familiar with this. Oh, okay. Does it refresh your recollection? Yes. All right. What is DCFS, detective? DCFS is Department of Children and Family Services, mandate to investigate allegations of child abuse. And the DCFS complaint was made on April 17th, 2000, in the connection with Jane. Isn't that correct? Yes. Oh, okay. That would be before you were assigned to investigate on October 24th, 2000, right? I don't believe it was before. It was I believe it was after. Well, April. It was on 24th of October. That's when you got involved. But the DCFS investigation was in April of 2000. That would be before, right? Oh, okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. And the complaint was that in the complaint that was lodged at DCFS was actually made against or was included made against the parents of Jane. Isn't that right? According to this, yes. And their names were Susan and Brandon. Is that what Word Brandon. Okay. When I say Susan and Brandon, do you know who I'm speaking about? No. Okay. Well, if the government isn't going to tell their witness the pseudonyms, it's going to make it a little difficult. You can ask if they're minors' parent. You can ask if they're the minors' parents. You're talking about, I don't know, are these the parents? Yes. Okay. If I call them Susan and Brandon, will you understand that I'm talking about the parents of Jane? Okay, yes. All right, fine. Okay. And this DSFS complaint was lodged against Susan and Brandon, was a complaint that they were knowingly allowing their daughter to engage in a sexual relationship with her 33-year-old boyfriend. That was a complaint. That was the complaint, correct? That's what I believe. But I was not a member of DCFS. I'm not sure what their exact intentions were. That's not what we're asking. That's not what I'm asking. You became aware of allegations that was lodged against the parents in April of 2000, right? Yes, I did. And it was after the allegations in October when you interviewed Jane, right? Yes. And you also interviewed the parents, Susan and Brandon, right? I did. Now, did you call them up and say, I'd like to interview you? Or did you just show up? And how did the interview come about? I believe I called them. I mean, it was our policy to arrange interviews, make an appointment. And I believe we called them. I'm not absolutely certain, though. And when you raised this issue with them, they weren't shocked that you were inquiring about this, right? No. And you found them uncooperative. Is that correct? Yes. And Susan and Brandon told you that it had already been investigated by DCFS and was unfounded, correct? Yes. They said it's been investigated. And you also concluded it was unfounded, right? Yes. Man, they need to let R. Kelly out, yo. This is bullshit. This is bullshit. Did you conduct any other investigation after that? At some point, we did, yes. Did you speak to Stephanie Edwards or someone known as Sparkle? Yes. Did you do that before you unfounded the allegation or after you unfounded the allegation? That was after I unfounded this allegation. So if the parents and everybody said that it wasn't true, and the girl said it wasn't true, why are you going to talk to Sparkle again? And why are you going to talk to Sparkle? Because she allegedly made the anonymous call. Why are you talking to her? Yo, this is crazy, dog. This is crazy, dog. I'm not going to say R. Kelly ain't got a fetish for young girls. I'm not going to say that because of what this girl age is. But the same thing with the fucking Clary girl. It is consensual and the parents is giving consent. How are the parents not going to jail? Niggas don't lock up the crackheads, they lock up the crack dealers. How is these parents out here serving their kids to people and not go to jail, yo? They need to be in there with him. Did you speak to Stephanie Edwards or someone known as Sparkle? Yes. Did you do that before you unfounded the allegations Because that's when it was time to talk to her before you found out the shit wasn't true. A part of the investigation, you should have been talking to her. Not after everybody say it ain't true. Like, why are you talking about her now? Talk like that's the setup, yo. Did you do that before you unfounded the allegation or after you unfounded the allegation? That was after I unfounded this investigation. Okay. So I want to focus on what you did before you unfounded this allegation. Okay. Does that make sense? Okay. Before we unfounded this investigation, there was very little, if any, contact with anybody. I understand. And I'm going to ask you about that. Okay. Did you speak to Sparkle before you unfounded this investigation? Not before I unfounded this investigation. No. Okay. Did you try to interview Mr. Kelly before you unfounded this investigation? No. So somebody's making allegations on R. Kelly, and you go speak to all these people, and you don't go speak to the person that's supposed to did it? Man, did you do any investigation other than talking to Jane and the parents prior to unfounding this allegation? No. Yeah, R. Kelly, he might beat this one. Did you make a note anywhere in your records, as far as you know, in which you indicate that you had suspicions or you didn't believe the parents or anything of that nature? I did not. And it's fair to say that before you unfounded the allegation, it was a single interview with Jane and her parents, correct? Correct. How long did that interview last, by the way? Approximately a half hour, 45 minutes. Okay, now fast forward to February 1st, 2002-ish. This is when you come into possession of a video that was provided by a reporter, right? Yes. And this is the video you have no idea where it's at, right? I don't. And this is a video you haven't looked at, correct? Recently, anyway? No. Now, are you able to tell us where it's at right now? I'm sorry. Are you able to tell us where the particular video is right now? I don't know where it is. Did you put your initials in it? Are you talking about the disc or the VHS tape? The VHS tape you got from Mr. Duragas. Did you inscribe your initials into it? I did. Do you know where the videotape is? I inventoried it back then with the Chicago Police Department. Where it is today, I don't know. Have you seen any videotape with your initials inscribed in it? No. Since you were interviewed by the U.S. Attorney's Office, for instance, no. You didn't interview the parents on March 15th, 2002, correct? Yes. And again, they showed up with the lawyers. Is that right? Yes. You didn't actually get an interview with Jane because they had a lawyer there, right? We had a social worker that we were planning on having interview Jane, but she wasn't interviewed, right? No, not to my knowledge. And after that, in fact, the only time you interviewed Jane was on February 1st when you went to the shoe store in Oak Park, right? Was it a shoe store? Yes. It was a shoe store they owned. I believe so. So That was the one and only time you ever spoke to Jane. Am I right about that? Yes. Okay. Now, during the course of your investigation, you came into possession of other videotapes that depicted Mr. Kelly and sexual partners, right? Yes. Okay. And you concluded that these were adult sexual partners, correct? Yes. Now, a lot of lines got blacked out. I don't know why. But court proceed. All right. Okay, investigator or detective, I'm going to have to show you a police report. And I'm going to ask you to, I'm going to draw your attention to a portion of it so you'll know who I'm talking about. Okay. But I'm not going to use the name associated. Okay. If that makes sense. Did you ever find his name, his report on the monitor so we don't have to? Judge, we're working on that now. All right. Is that the report he has, or is there another report? It's a different report. Okay. Show him the report. Okay. It's a long report. I just want to show him the exact paragraph. Yes, go ahead. Okay, detective. I'm going to show you a report. It's a 19-page document. Yes. And if you can just look at it and generally without telling anybody what's in it, can you identify what it is? The question is what it is. Jennifer, do you know what it is? Yes. Okay. What is it? Just generally. It's my supplementary report, police report. Okay. It's a police report, right? Yes. Now, I would like to draw your attention specifically to, well, first of all, page 13 of 18 of this police report. Page 13, 13 of 18. Okay. And I'm going to have you look at, it's right in the middle of the page. It's the second full paragraph. It starts with April 16th, 2002. All right. On what page are you looking at? 13 of 18. 13 and 18? No. 13 of 18. They had it on the monitor a minute ago. Can you give me those dates again? Just look at page 13 of your police report, sir. Why don't you just show it to him? I am looking at page 13. Okay. April 16, 2002 is the second full paragraph. Mrs. Bonjean, why don't you just get it to him for him? Okay. And just point it out to him so you know what you're talking about. So that we can. I don't see April 16th. It's also on the monitor now. Do you have it? Okay. Okay. Now do you see it? I see it now. Okay. On April 16, 2002, you had the opportunity to speak to, well, first let me show you in the last sentence. There we go. There we go. All right. In the last sentence, there's a person name that begins, well, I'm not going to even say what it begins with. Do you see a person's name at the first word in the last sentence? I do. Okay. If I'm going to call her Pinky. All right? Okay. All right. Now, April 16th, did you have an opportunity to speak to Pinky's mother? I did. And did you understand Pinky to be Jane's friend? I did. And you also had an opportunity to speak with Pinky. Isn't that right? Yes. Okay. And Pinky did not tell you about any sexual activity she had excuse me, with Mr. R. Kelly? Did she? Objection, that's called for hearsay. It's the opposite of hearsay. I don't believe it would be what she didn't do is not hearsay. So, Mr. Julian, you're asking about a conversation that a person had with Detective Everett, Your Honor. Well, it depends on what's in the conversation. Well, anyway, let's proceed. Go ahead, Ms. Bonji. Well, Judge, I prefer not to have to call him back. So, and Pinky is going to testify. So I'll do it that way. However, the court wants me to proceed. I'll do it that way, or however the court wants me to proceed. He can answer the question. Okay. Right. That's all I'm asking. Yeah. All right. So, okay. Okay. So Pinky did not tell you she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly, right? According to this document, this paragraph, no. And you had the opportunity to actually interview Pinky another time. Do you remember that? I did. Okay. And at no point did Pinky ever tell you that she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly, did she? I would have to review my report for the other conversation. Okay. Well, we will be able to get that up for you too. Let's look at page. Give me 1 second. Do you remember interviewing her a second time? I do. You think you would remember if she told you she had a sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly? I cannot recall without reviewing my police report. Okay. Did you open up an investigation into any allegations of sexual relationship with Mr. Kelly as a result of Pinky's allegations? No, I did not. And if she had told you that she was having sex as an underage person with Mr. Kelly, you think you might have opened up an investigation about that? If who had sex with Mr. Kelly? Pinky. Of course I would have. Yes. And you didn't do that though, right? No. So then clearly she didn't tell you that. You ain't got to look at your report, nigga. Anyway, I'm going to ask you to look at the screen. I don't think it's, and when you're done reading that paragraph, will you let me know? Okay. The court. The purpose is for refreshing his recollection. Right. Okay. Let me know when you finish, detective. I will. Just to clear the record, this is being admitted not for the truth, but on what caused him to do or not to do something. I'm finished reading it. Okay. Detective, do you remember doing some investigation about another videotape that there was some concerns that included images of Pinky? No, I don't recall that. Okay. Does this refresh your recollection of doing that investigation? No. And at no point did Pinky, well, does this refresh your recollection about whether Pinky and her mother were shown images from another videotape? Yes. Okay. Does it refresh your recollection that Pinky and her mother denied Pinky was involved with any video recorded activities that were portrayed on this videotape, right? That is correct. All right. You can take that down. Is that it? It is, Your Honor. Ms. Judge, do you wish to ask questions? Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Judge. Ms. Judge, I guess is the prosecution. When you testified, you talked about Mr. Kelly's residence located at 1010 George Street. Do you remember that? Yes, I did. And you were showing photographs of that residence. Yes. Can you tell us, did you go to each floor, each level of that house when you visited? I do not recall if I went to each floor. I know I went to more than one level of the house. Can you tell the jurors how many How many levels were in the house? I don't recall that. At least a minimum or two. Do you remember if it was a large or small house? It was mid-size, I would say. Do you know how many square footage, how many square feet? I have no idea. You talked earlier about receiving a videotape from sometimes reported Jim DeRogatis, correct? Yes. Can you describe how that took place? Not like physically. Did you physically get that tape from Jim DeRogatis? Yes. I was assigned to the special. I was assigned to the special investigators unit, and our commanding officer contacted myself and my partner and informed us that he had received a phone call from Jim DeRogatis of the Sun's Time, who was given a VHS tape by. It was dropped off. It was an anonymous person who dropped it off. We then went to the Chicago Sun-Times and met with Mr. DeRogatis, who turned the tape over to us. So Jim DeRogatis was in possession of the tape and he handed it to you, correct? Yes, yes. Thank you. Throughout this investigation, despite the fact that Mr. DeRogatis was in possession of the tape, you never started an investigation or arrested Jim DeRogatis for possessing child pornography, correct? I did not. You've looked at it today, a couple of reports that you were written in preparation or throughout your investigation, correct? Yes, I did. Do you recall how many reports you wrote about this case? Not exactly, no. It was quite a few. Quite a few. And it was quite a few years ago, too. So I now am asking you, but so I know I'm asking you, but you understand the purpose of writing reports for investigations that you conduct, right? Absolutely, yes. And you understand that the purpose of it is because those reports are going to be used sometimes in a situation like this where someone is on trial. Yes, possibly could be, yes. And those reports are going to be shared with prosecutors. If there was a prosecutor who pursues a case, yes. And then those reports are also oftentimes come to the defense. Yes. And were used in a case just like they were this morning, correct? Yes. Do you remember how many employees of R. Kelly you interviewed, if any? I would say none. Did you learn any employees of R. Kelly during your investigation? Yes. We were given names of various employees by other witnesses that informed us they worked for Robert Kelly. Was one of those witnesses named Cheryl Cobb? I'm sorry? Was one of the employees named Cheryl Cobb? Yes, it was. And how about an employee named Camille? Yes. Do you remember what Camille's job was? No, I don't. What was the last, if you recall, when did you stop this investigation or when were you last involved in this investigation? After Robert Kelly was arrested. In what year? Oh, 2002. Thank you. I have no further questions. Redirect any? No, Your Honor. May the witness be excused. You can step down. Thank you. Call your next witness, please. Your Honor, the government calls Matthew Holsizer. Sir, please raise your right hand. When you testify, you may remove your mask, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Matthew Holsizer, government's witness, sworn direct examination. Good morning. Over here. Good morning. Hi. Can you please state and spell your name for the court? Matthew Holsizer. Last name Hulsizer. Thank you. And what city do you live in? Winnetka, Illinois. Sir, how are you employed? I'm self-employed. And in what business and what industry are you working in? I work in technology and finance industry. Directing your attention to the December of 2001. Did you purchase a home then? I did. And what was the address of that home you purchased? 1010 West George Street. And is that located in Chicago? Chicago. Do you know the prior owner of that resident? Who do you know who the prior of that resident was? Do you know who the prior owner of that resident was? Yes. Well, I do now. Robert Kelly. Did you meet the prior owner, Robert Kelly, at or around the time of the purchase? I don't know, actually. I don't remember. You don't know one way or the other? Yeah. Can you describe the property? It was a converted church that had a basketball court and a swimming pool and a bunch of other open space. Okay. Can you describe what the exterior looked like? A brick building and an alley on one side. Prior to your testimony today, did you review photos of the exterior and interior of your house? I did. Or not your house, the house that you purchased back in December 2001. Yes. And you identified them as such as photos of your prior residence at 1010 West George. Yes. I'm showing you what's already been admitted into evidence as government exhibit 112A. Your Honor, may that be published to the jury, please? I thought they were admitted into evidence. Yes, Your Honor, it is admitted. Then they could be published then, obviously. Yes. What is government exhibit 112A? That is the house at 1010 West George Street. And there's two windows. Do you see, hold on one moment. My cursor is pointing here. What is behind these two windows here? What rooms? So that's the entryway, and that's the behind there is the living room. And this is the front door here, the green door. Yep. Now let's talk about the inside of the home. Can you please tell us about how many floors and rooms were in the house? So let's see. There's 3 bedrooms. Wait. So let's see. There's 3 bedroom, bed. So I guess there's 4 levels, and there a half drop down to a pool, and then further down into what we call the Colorado room, which was effectively the basement level below grade. Okay, I'm showing you just to the witness what's been marked as government exhibit 122E. Do you see that there on the screen in front of you? Yes. Is this one of the photos of your house that you viewed prior to your testimony? Yes. And what is depicted in government's 122E? That's the inside of the house at 1010 West George Street. Is that your writing that appears on this photo, this image? Yes, and my signature. And does this truly and accurately depict the interior of 1010 George in or around December 2001? Yes. Your Honor, we move to admit 112E and publish it to the jury. Is there any objection? No objection. They're admitted. You may publish it. Mr. Holshouser, let's start at the top of this photo. Over here where it says master, kids bedroom. Can you please start to explain the layout of this house? Sure. Yes, so at the top it says master. This was before whatever it's called today. Yes, main room, the main bedroom. Yes. So that's the main bedroom where I slept. Then there's the kids' bedroom is on the next level. Below that, where it says bedroom, that is the guest bedroom. The window frame that you see left of the word where your cursor is would have been another bedroom, but was a fish tank. To the right is the balcony where my signature is. Over here, yep. As you go down to the next level, this is the back there where the cursor is, was the kitchen. To the right was, it had to be taken out, but it was a barber shop when I had purchased the property. The street level where I wrote street level is, this is the living room. To the left, see where it's labeled pool, you would drop down about 3 or 4 steps into a pool. And then from there, you would drop a few more steps and it would take you through what was effectively, I would say, a maintenance room or a storage room. And some of the electronics were in there. And then past that was what we refer to as the Colorado room. And that's what was, and that's what you have written here. Yes. Okay. Well, let's start there. On the bottom floor that you mentioned, the Colorado room. Can you describe that room? A lot of wood paneling, and there was a hot tub. Okay. We're going to go through a couple of photos of that room and others in your house. But before we do, let's talk about who took those photos. In approximately early 2002, did members of the Chicago Police Department come to your home and ask to take pictures of it? Yes. And did you or one of your representatives at the time allow CPD, Chicago Police Department, to take photos? Yes. Did you review some of the photos before your testimony today? Yes. Did you identify the rooms and areas depicted in those photos to be the resident at 1010 West George Street? Yes. Do those photos truly and accurately depict the interior of 1010 West George Street at the time of the purchase in December 2001? Yes. So back to the Colorado room with the wood walls. I would like to take a look at, there's a packet in front of you, government exhibits 12D, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, Q, R, S, and T. Those are in the packet right in front of you. And they are in the defense witness binders as well. After you had a moment to review those, just let me know, just the first packet, okay? Are you finished looking through those? Yes. Are those photos that we were just talking about the ones that the Chicago Police Department officers took when they came to your house back in 2002? Yes. Your Honor, we ask that the government will move into evidence the government's exhibits 112G to T into evidence and ask for permission to publish. Any objection? Hearing none, they are admitted. You may publish them. Okay, for the record, government's exhibits 112D, F, and Q are already into evidence. So let's take a look at the government's 112D. Do you see that up there on the screen in front of you? Yes. Okay, what is it? We're talking about the Colorado room. As you mentioned, as you called it, the room in the basement of 1010 West George. So what is depicted here in 112D? That is the Colorado room. That's the hot tub in the Colorado room. On to the next F. What does that photo depict? That's also the Colorado room hot tub, just from a different angle. And the right looks like the bathroom. Sorry about that. That's okay. You said the right looks like what? I think it was the bathroom. And again, what is 112G? That's the hot tub again. And depicted in H, that's the entrance to the Colorado room that came through what was the mechanical room that I was describing earlier. Okay. And again, in this entire room covered in wood paneling everywhere. Yeah. Yes, there's some stone on the side too, I believe, but it was mostly wood. Okay. So showing you what's been marked as government's exhibit 112I, what is this depicted? This is the mechanic room that led into the Colorado room. And when you moved in, was this equipment here? You know, I don't recall. I can't. Some equipment, I have no idea. I don't know what I put in and what they did was there. So, do you recall installing any of this? The keyboard, what it looks like there? I installed some equipment because I had to change some of the stuff that was there. Okay. I don't know what I'm looking at here. I couldn't tell you which one I did or not. It's 20 years ago. Okay. You said you changed some of the stuff that was there. What was there? Was what was this room used for? And what did you use it for? Objection, speculation as to what it was used for. What was the room? What did you use the room for? Well, he can answer just generally what it's for. I mean, no, what it was used before he occupied it. That's my objection. What someone else used it for? What did he use it for? I guess that I don't object to. All right, let's move on. Sir, what did you use the room for? Mechanical. What type of mechanical equipment is in there? Electronics and surveillance and security. Now I'm showing you what been marked as government's 112J. You had mentioned that there were other rooms down in the basement area of the home. Is that right? Yes. Okay. Was the gym one of them? Yes, but it's not connected to the Colorado room. That was in the photo. That was in the back. Understood. So it's what level of the house is it on? I believe it's slightly below grade. Got it. Is this the gym that was at 1010 West? Is at 1010 West George you when you purchased it? It was the gym. Okay. And is this photo that's hanging on the wall? Was that there when you moved into the home? Yes, it was. And if you know, do you know who's depicted in that photo? I don't. Can you explain to the jurors where this what we're looking at? Can you explain to the jurors where what we're looking at in this photo? So there's the room adjacent to the gym. So you would walk out of the gym and you were going to this area, which was then came off as a living room. Okay. And there it looks like there's a black kind of structure there. Here. What was that? That's the bar. That's a bar. Okay. And that appears here on the wall that was there when you moved in. Is that right? Yes. I'm showing you what's been marked as L. Now, is this what is depicted? What is this depicted in L? Again, that was the art on the wall. This is the art on the wall at 1010 West George, and it was like this when you moved in. It was. I'm going to ask you to read the scoreboard here. I won't call it a scoreboard. It appears to be a scoreboard to me. Okay. What is this that's on the left side of the board here? It says home, R. Kelly 95. And it appears that he's playing a visitor, Taz D, and he's winning by 2 with 1 second left on the clock in the fourth quarter. And then below that, it looks like there's a cartoon character holding up signs. Do you see that there? Yes. And what do those signs say? Foghorn Leghorn is saying, "Go R. Kelly." And I can't see the other character, but it says, "Go Taz." Is this that same, I guess, mural that's on the wall at 1010 George? Yes. That was there when you moved in? Yes. And what does it say? You can see the sign. They're still there that you just read. Are those the same signs you just read? Yes. Okay. Then the final photo here. Again, this is the same mural and the same area that's off of the gym. Is that correct? Yes. Now let's go to some other areas in the home. Just 2 more. Showing you what's marked as governments. It's already admitted into evidence, but Q. Actually, all these are in evidence. What is Q? That's the main bedroom. I'm showing you what's government exhibit R. What is depicted here? That is the main bedroom as well. That's the 180-degree turn from the last photo to looking out on towards the stairwell. So those 2 windows that were in the other photo, those looked out over to the inside of the home. Is that correct? The other 2, no. They looked out onto the alley. Oh, they looked out onto the alley. And this window right here, what does it look out? It looks out toward the stairwell. Okay. Now, when you moved into the home, did you have any concerns with security features or anything that was in the home that caused you concern? Yes. What was that? So if you slide the arrow to the right, you will see that there's a button on the wall. Are you talking about over here? Yep. In order to exit the bathroom, you have to push the button to release to unlock the door. So we had to disable that. Why did that concern you? Because objection to the relevance, overruled. Go ahead, you can answer the question. I had a child. So I was a single dad at the time, and I had a child on another level. And I didn't want to get stuck to exit the room. So you saying you had to press that button in order to get out of the room? You couldn't just walk out. You could not. Are there anything else that caused you concern when you moved into the home? Yes. When we checked the smoke detectors in the main bedroom, and I believe in the other bedrooms, they were not functioning smoke detectors. What were they? They were video cameras. Showing you what has been previously marked as government 112S. What is depicted there? That's a smoke detector, it looks like. And what's depicted in government exhibit 112T? Smoke detector. Is that one of the smoke detectors you mentioned you were concerned about? Yes. Because it was a camera, not a smoke detector. Yes. Now, moving on to the last room that you'll be described in the house. That's the main floor in the living room area. What did the main floor look like when you purchased the room? Purchased the home. What did it look like? Yeah, the main floor. Was it wood? It's wood? Okay. Did you have any particular features on it that you recall? Did it have any particular features on it that you recall? It had a chessboard on it. What color was the chessboard? Black and white. And before you moved in, did you actually notice like checkers chess pieces that were in the home? There were on the walkthrough. There were chess pieces up in the armor and whatever what was in the room. So yes, what size? Like how big were those? 2.5 feet, roughly. Okay. Now I'm showing you what's been previously marked as government's exhibit 112 O and P. And you have those again in the package that's in front of you. Do you see them? Yes. And sorry, their government's exhibit 112 O and P. Do you see those there? Yes. Now, excuse me, in or around 2019, did you meet with law enforcement and look at some photos and still images that you identify as areas in the 1010 West George? Yes. And are those photos government's exhibit O and P? Are those the photos that we're talking about that you review with law enforcement in or around 2019? Yes. And do they truly accurately depict the interior of 1010 West George on about December 2001? Yes. Your Honor, we move to admit government's 112 O and P. Any objection? Hearing none admitted, you may publish them. So I'm showing what's been marked as government's exhibits 112O. Is this the black and white checker floor that you were talking about that's in the living room? Yes. And you removed that after you moved in, is that correct? Yes. And again, you identified this photo as depicting the interior. Goddamn. And you removed that. And you removed that after you removed. And you removed that after you moved. Is that right? Yes. And again, I identified this photo as depicting the interior of 1010 West George. Is that the same room? Yes. The black and white checker floor? Yes. After you moved, into the home, did you allow Mr. Kelly, Mr. Robert Kelly, back into the home for any extended period of time that you can recall? No. Do you know if he was in Colorado room after you moved out? No. You don't know, or he was not. After I moved out? I'm sorry, after you moved in, I apologize. Oh, after you moved in was Mr. Kelly. Did you allow him to come back into the Colorado room? I did not. And do you know if after you moved in, you allowed Mr. Kelly into the main living room of your home? I did not. One moment, Your Honor. Is that it? A moment, Your Honor? Pardon? Just 1 second, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, we have concluded with the witness. Would you like to cross-examine Ms. Bonjean? Yes, I have a few questions. Ms. Bonjean, you may question the witness. Good afternoon. Hi. Mr. Holsizer, am I saying it correctly? Yes. Okay. The picture that you were looking at were taken in around, 2002, right? Yes. Do you remember what month it was? I mean, it's marked on there, but I don't remember specifically. Okay. This was when the Chicago Police Department came and asked for your permission to photograph the residence, right? Yes. And do you recall how long you had been living there when they asked to do that? It's 20 years ago. I mean, it was for some period of time. I don't remember exactly. Fair enough. Now, on 112Q, you identify as the bedroom. Do you have it in front of you? Yes. And that was decorated with your furnishings, right? Yes. That's what it looked like when you were living there, correct? Yes. You have no idea to what it looked like when Mr. Kelly was living there, right? In terms of the furnishings? Yeah. No, I do not. And you don't have any idea how long Mr. Kelly lived in that residence. I'm assuming, right? I don't. And you don't know who owned the residence before Mr. Kelly, correct? I don't. You said when you moved in, you had some concerns. You identified two concerns. One was that you had to press a button to get out of the bedroom, right? Yeah. And that was a concern because you had children and you didn't, it sounds like you didn't want something to malfunction and then you be stuck in your bedroom, right? Yes. Okay. And then you had that removed, right? Do you have any idea whether Mr. Kelly is the person that put that in or the owner before him? I have no idea. Now, you also identified 112T, that's a smoke detector. It looks like a smoke detector, right? There, right? Yes. You said you found video cameras in it? A video camera, yes. A video camera? Yes. Did you find video camera and any other smoke detector? I don't recall. When did you find the video cameras? When I was checking the house, because again, I was a single dad, wanted to make sure that all the smoke alarms worked. And it didn't work because it was a video camera. So that's when we found out. And what did you do with the video camera? I don't recall. What did the video camera look like? I don't specifically recall. It was, well, were you able to determine where the video camera, where the images would have been projecting? I don't, because I didn't use it. And when the Chicago Police Department came to photograph the residence, did you tell them that you found a video camera in there? I did. Okay. But at the time that they took this picture, it didn't have any video camera in it, right? It didn't. Okay. And again, I assume you checked the other smoke detectors in the house when you moved in, right? Yes. So just so I understand, when you moved in, was it December of 01? Yes. You located this video camera and then you what? Tossed it out? I don't recall, probably. Okay. You didn't determine whether it was a functioning video camera, right? I did not. Can you tell me how big it is or how big it was? Small? Okay. Do you remember whether it was operable or could have you determined whether it was operable? I could not. Did you determine whether there was any images on it? No. Okay, sir. Back in, let's see, I guess January of 2019, you called a hotline, didn't you? No. Did you ever? Were you ever aware of a hotline to call in January of 2019 to give information about Mr. Kelly and anything like that? No. Okay. So after the police came to your house in 2002, I guess, was the last thing that you understood about Mr. Kelly. Is that correct? Yes. Okay.
and the government asked you whether you ever gave access to Mr. Kelly to the Colorado room. Mr. Kelly didn't ask for access to the Colorado room after he left, did he? No. I have no further questions. I think R. Kelly's going to beat this. As far as this pornography shit, it is like this. A lot of this shit is bullshit, dog. They don't even got the fucking VHS tape. Y'all charging him again with the same shit y'all charged him with that he beat. And y'all, the police don't have the evidence. Y'all don't have the fucking videotape. And y'all fucking arrested this man. This is the biggest railroad shit I ever seen, dog. This is like a nigga getting locked up for shooting somebody without the gun. Any redirects? None, Your Honor. You can step down. We will take a 15-minute recess at this time. This is crazy, dog. This is crazy. Oh, God, this is the one. Jane. Oh, boy. All right. This is the next witness is minor one, and this is the one that when you sketch, if you sketch, do not sketch the facial features. Okay, thank you. And there are two. Are there two? Somebody told me there are two. You agreed to not do that. Is that correct, sir? Sketch artist nodded. The court, thank you. Please be seated. Your Honor, briefly, we call the next witness. We wanted to read some stipulations into the record. All right. Thank you. It is hereby stipulated to and agreed by and between the United States of America by and through its attorneys, John Logs Jr., United States Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, and defendants Robert Sylvester Kelly, Daryl McDavid, and Milton Brown, that the following facts are and should be considered to be true and accurate. Stipulations, government's exhibits 301 to 303 and 304 are true and accurate copies and transcripts of proceedings before a special grand jury of the Circuit Court of Cook County that occurred on the dates reflected on the transcripts. Stipulation on or about June 5th, 2002, a grand jury of the Circuit Court of Cook County, Illinois, returned an indictment charging defendant Robert Kelly in the case of People versus of the State of Illinois versus Robert Kelly, 02C, whatever, with 21 counts of 21 counts of child pornography relating to Video One and Jane. The case was tried to a jury beginning on May 20, 2008, and ended June 13th, 2008. Robert Kelly was acquitted of the charges. And y'all charging him with the same shit all over again. From approximately June 5th, 2002 through June 13th, 2008, Robert Kelly was released on bond and was not in custody while the Cook County case was pending. Stipulation: Government Exhibit 305 is a true and accurate copy of the June 2002 indictment in the case of People versus R. Kelly. Stipulation: Government is a true case. Same shit. Okay. Miss, would you please take your right plate? Miss, would you please stand and raise your right hand? And when you testify, you may remove your mask. Thank you. Miss Appertine, you can question the witness. Thank you, Your Honor. So it is the prosecution, y'all. About to cross-examine direct examination of the girl that allegedly got peed on in the video. She is finally speaking. So if y'all been waiting to hear from this girl, Sparkle's niece, her name is in the chat. I see it over there. Y'all got her name in the chat. I'm not gonna say it because they are trying to protect her. Here we go, y'all. This is the one y'all been waiting for. I gotta fix me a drink. Good morning. Good morning. Now, normally I would ask that you state and spell your name, your first and last name, but we're not going to do that today because you are testifying under a pseudonym. Is that correct? Correct. And what's that pseudonym? Jane. Jane, can you please tell us the month and the year in which you were born? September 1984. And you may need to move just a little bit closer to the microphone. And again, can you tell the month and year you were born? September 1984. And how old are you now? 37. Please tell the jurors where you were raised in Oak Park, Illinois. And can you please tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background? I went to junior high at Emerson. I did homeschool and I did high school at OPRF. Shout out to everybody in Chicago. Um, what are some of the activities that you participated in while in high school? Basketball. When did you start playing basketball? I started playing basketball in about sixth grade. Did your and then did you continue on through junior high and in high school? Yes. Did you take team photos with your teams over the various years? Were you guys were you guys wearing uniforms? Yes. I'm showing you what's I'm showing you what's been previously marked as government exhibit 116, and you should see that on the screen up in front of you. Do you see that there? Yes. And what is that? That's my high school photo when I was a sophomore, I believe. And yeah, that was me a part of the basketball team. And you said you were a sophomore? So that's about 10th grade, right? Yes. And you were approximately what, 15 or 16 years old in that photo? Correct. Yana, the government will move to admit government exhibit 116 and publish it to the jury. Any objections? No objections. It's admitted. You may publish it. And again, this is your basketball photo. Correct. And although it is whited out right there, your number, Christopher, good looking. Appreciate it. Thanks for the cash app. That's Christopher Dub. You know who it is. And again, this is your basketball photo, correct? Yes. And although it's whited out there, your number and teams like name is on that shirt. Is that right? Yes. And when you did stop playing, and when did you stop playing basketball? My junior year in high school. Now, you mentioned that you were homeschooled at some point during your educational career. Is that correct? Yes. And why were you homeschooled? Because I was in a music group. So we are not going to mention the actual name of the music group during your testimony, but we are, well, just refer to it as a musical group. Is that okay with you? That's fine. How many members were in this group? It was a total of 4. And who were they? Without naming their names, but just generally, who were they? My cousins. And whose side of the family? Technically, both sides of the family. So on both your mom and your dad's side, yeah. Uh-huh. Was your family musically inclined? Yes. Including your parents? Yes. Can you tell us a little bit about what they did in terms of music? Well, my mom used to sing in a music group when she was younger, and my dad was a musician. And when you say a musician, did your father pass away? Oh, when you say was a musician, did your father pass away? Yes. And when was that? About a year ago. Jane, can you tell us how the group came together? Yes. So it was a group of cousins. My uncle actually started the group. He saw potential in us. We were the writers. My cousins were the musicians and the rappers. How old were you when the group came together? I was about 12. What type of music was the group creating? It was like positive hip hop music, like Christian hip hop. And what was your role in the group? I was like the lead rapper. Did you also do some singing as well? Yes. Did the group have a CD? We did. How well did the CD do? How well did the public react to the CD? It was very successful overseas. So we were really popular and we went like platinum and gold in like Germany and Europe. And what was that overseas? And that was overseas, right? Yes, correct. United States, how was it? Same or a little bit less? A little bit less. We were popular like locally, but not as much as we were out of the country. And where did this group perform here locally? Here, meaning in the United States. It would just be like local churches or festivals. I'm showing you've been previously marked what has been marked as Exhibit 118. Do you see that on the screen there in front of you? Yes. And what is that? That's a photo of me during the group. I'm pretty sure we took that for like a magazine or something out of the country. Yeah. Did the group from time to time take professional photos to be used for promotion and CDs and things like that? Yes. And is this one of the photos? It is. And how old were you in that photo? I was 13. Your Honor, the government moves to admit government's Exhibit 118 to publish to the jury. Is there any objections? Hearing none is submitted. You may publish. So again, this was one of the photos that you took as part of the music group. Is that correct? Yes. And did you use this in promotional activities? Is that what is it for? Correct. What was the time for you when you were touring with your musical group and playing with your cousins? No, how was the time for you when you were touring with the music group and playing with your cousins? It was an amazing time. We were very successful. We got to travel and do a lot of different countries, and I was living my dream, so I was very happy. And who did you travel with when you all went overseas? My uncle. So you had adult chaperones that were with you and your cousins. Yes. I didn't ask this before. How old were your cousins in relation to you? They were a couple of years older than me. So if I was over 13, between like 15 to 17, and during the tours, that's how it started this, right? Is that when you, what? And during the tours, that's how it started this. Is that's when you were doing homeschooling? Is that correct? Yes. Did you also do some homeschooling when you were not on tour, when you were back in the States? Yes. And why was that? Because we were still traveling. So even though we might not have been like on tour, we were still, we could, we were, we could go over to work on a CD or be called for a show. So I didn't enroll back into school. Okay. At the group's peak, did the group sign like a record deal or recording arrangement? Yes. And how did that make you feel when that happened? It made me feel accomplished. It made me feel happy. How did you see music? No. And how do you see music? I was very inspired by music. Again, my family was very musically inclined, and it was very therapeutic for me. So that was my perception of music. Did you see it as a career, as something you could do for the rest of your life, even for money? Yes, that was my goal. Are you familiar with a person named Robert Kelly? Yes. And how did you first come to know of Mr. Kelly? Through my aunt Stephanie. Did you know who he was before you personally met him? Yes. And how did you know who he was? As an artist through his music and his success. What kind of music was he creating? These some stupid ass questions. R&B music. And how was it that you heard the music or saw it? Through television, radio. The music, his music would be his music will routinely play on the radio? Correct. And what about TV? Like, where would you see him on TV? Well, and like award shows or just different video channels. What about, did you see like recordings from live concerts and such on TV? Yes. And you had mentioned that you had occasion, wait, and you mentioned that you had occasion to personally meet Mr. Kelly. Is that right? Yes. Can you move a little bit closer to the mic? Sure. I think you can actually move it towards you too, the actual mic. There you go. Did a member of your family have a closer connection to Mr. Kelly? Yes. And who was that family member? Stephanie. Stephanie Sparkle, for those who don't know. And what side of how was Stephanie related to you? She was related to my mom. So she's your mom's sister. Sister? Oh, okay. Uh-huh. And we'll talk a little more about Stephanie in a moment. But when you were talking about how you knew of Mr. Kelly, did you know him to have a stage name? Yes. Before you met him? And what was that? R. Kelly. And was he referred to as R. Kelly when you first met him? Yes. I like to direct your attention to the first time you met Robert Kelly. So I'm directing your attention to 1996 and 97. How old were you during those years? She should have asked her what year you met him. You telling her what year he met him. I was about 12 or 13. And can you please explain the circumstances around that first meeting? He came to a gospel concert at my church. You said it was a gospel concert? Was he performing there? No, he was just coming as a guest. And at the time, did you know that he was going to be there at the event? No. So was your music group performing at the event? No. What were the people's reaction when he showed up? They were very excited. How so? Can you describe like the energy in the room? Like what happened when he walked in? It was just like a lot of wows. It was a lot of whispers. It was just like different energy. There was attention drawn to his presence. And again, he was there to perform. And again, he wasn't there to perform or anything. Was he? No. Why were people having those? Why were people having those? Did you have that reaction when he walked in? Carmen Rowe. Thank you, Carmen. I appreciate you. Did you have that reaction when he walked in? I did. Why? I was excited. I knew who he was as an artist. I knew his level of success. So I was, as a performer, as a person who was inspired to be in the music industry, I was just excited, like every other fan in the room. You said his level of success, and you say you were a fan. Like, are you talking about like superstar level? Yes. What about him then made him seem like a superstar? His music, just he was famous. Seeing him on TV, hearing him on the radio, his level of success at the time. And so at this church concert, did you get to personally meet him? Yes. And how did that happen? It was like backstage or when the concert was over, my aunt took me over to where he was and she introduced us. Oh, don't this sound familiar? Did you get a chance to have a conversation with him? Yes. I was just explaining, how excited I was that he was there. It was pretty general like that. So then, when was the next time you met Mr. Kelly in person? Um, the next time I remember meeting him in person was when my group was performing, and he came to our show that we were having in Chicago. And about how much time had passed between that first meeting and the second one? I can't remember exactly, but it probably was like a few months, weeks to a month. Okay, not years. No, weeks or months. Uh-huh. Did you know that he would be there this time at your performance? Did you know that in advance? Yes. And how did you know that? Through my aunt Stephanie. And so when he showed up this time, what were people reactions when he came into that concert? It was the same as before. The crowd was a little bit more youthful. So there was a lot more morale or excitement and attention drawn to him. And again, so at this time, were you aspiring to be a musician yourself? Yo, these some stupid ass questions, dude. Like, you asked her this already. She told you 100 times. Like, she done been to Japan and Germany already. Like, what the fuck? Like, there's some stupid ass questions. And again, so this time you were aspiring to be a musician yourself. Yes. And how did you feel about Mr. Kelly being able to observe you perform as an artist? I was very excited. And how did the performance go? It went very well. Everything was as expected as to be. So then after the performance, did you get to meet Mr. Kelly face to face? Yes. Can you explain that? How was that interaction? How that interaction went? Um, when we got done, I went to the vehicle with my aunt and we were discussing the show. He was telling me how great of a job I did, how the concert went well, and just giving me like pointers on how to handle the stage. And that was pretty much it. What did it mean to you to have the opportunity to meet such a superstar at this point in your own music career? She met him already. I felt successful. I felt happy. Did you receive any feedback from Mr. Kelly about how to perform? Yo, is this fucking person paying attention? Like, is this person really paying attention? Did you receive any feedback from Mr. Kelly about how the performance was? She just told you. He just gave us some pointers and shit. Oh my God, yo. What did it mean to you to have the opportunity to meet such a superstar at this point in your own music career? I felt successful. I felt happy. Did you receive any feedback from Mr. Kelly about how the performance was in addition to what you said just now? Just that that was pretty much it. That was just a general interaction. He did give me, I'm sorry, objection comes from Jennifer. I'm sorry. Can she speak up a little into the microphone? Sure, I'm sorry. Yes, I did receive feedback. He told me I did a great job. He gave me pointers on how I handled the stage, what he thought went well, and it was just him just critiquing, how the performance went. And how did that make you feel? Yo, man. Y'all lucky I love y'all because this goddamn Miss Appeting is. Oh God. And how did that make you feel? It made me feel accomplished. It made me feel happy that I was successful. It made me happy that such a successful person was, saying I was gifted. So I was excited. Now, before we go further, I would like to ask you, Your Honor, well, first I would ask you, if you were to see Robert Kelly today, would you be able to recognize him? Yes. Your Honor, I ask if you can instruct everyone in the courtroom to remove their mask. Remove your mask, please. Everyone in the courtroom, Your Honor. Can you please take a look around the courtroom and let me know if you do see Robert Kelly in the courtroom? Yes. And can you describe an article of clothing that he is wearing and where he is located in the courtroom? A navy blue blazer. And where is he located in the courtroom? On the left side. Is he behind me? Yes. Seated at the table? Correct. Can you further describe any? So stipulate it's Mr. Kelly. All right. Stipulate she identified him. Thank you, Your Honor. So did you see? I believe everyone can put their mask back on. Did you start to see Mr. Kelly more after the concert where you performed? Yes. How and where did you start to see him more? I would see him at his basketball gym, at the studio, or restaurants. And would you be with Stephanie at this time? Yes. Object to leading from Jennifer. Okay, don't lead. Give her, ask open questions. Thank you. Who would you be with at this time? My Aunt Stephanie. About how old were you during this time frame? About 13, 14. Why was you said you were with Stephanie at these times when you saw him at the studio, at the gym, at restaurants, things like that? Yes. Why was Stephanie around him so much? Because they were working together musically. Did they also have a personal relationship? Yes. A romantic relationship? Yes. And from whom did you learn that they had this personal romantic relationship? Stephanie. Were you and Stephanie close? Yes. How close would you describe that relationship? We were very close. I really looked up to her. I admired her, what she did musically. And I kind of consider her like my aunt, but like really a close friend as well. What would you do while you had mentioned that you were seeing them both. You were seeing, and y'all don't think I'm sounding illiterate, y'all. This is how the fuck this shit is written. Like the prosecutor keeps changing what she's saying mid-sentence. What you would do while you were space. You had mentioned that you were seeing them both space. You were seeing space. When you would see Mr. Kelly, you were with Stephanie at the studio. Is that one of the places you said? Yes. And when you were at the studio, space. First of all, what studio are you talking about? Do you recall the names of the studios? Bass Productions and Chicago Tracks. Those are two separate places, as you recall? Correct. What would you do while you were with Stephanie and Mr. Kelly at the studio? Fucking bugs. God damn it. Those are two separate places, as you recall, correct? What would you do while you were with Stephanie and Mr. Kelly at the studio? Um, I would be there just kind of like hanging out, watching them make music or doing producing or her recording. Did you spend more time at one of those studios or the other? I would say I spent most of the time at Chicago Tracks. About how many times in your lifetime, so not just that time, but in your lifetime, have you been to that Chicago Track studio? Many times, like tens or the hundreds? Hundreds. Can you describe the studio, please? Yes. So when you pull up to the studio, there's a silver gate. There was rock gravel. There was like you called to get into the gate. There's a black door. You walked inside of the studio, there was like a little customer service area where the person who opens the door was. There was a room, stairways, and recording rooms. What type of rooms did you say there were? Lounges and recording rooms. What's a lounge room? This lady is working my nerves. The lounges were where people would sleep or where people would wait before they were into sessions. And what's space? Can you describe to the jury what the studio is or what it looks like, the studio rooms? There was a lounge area that had a bathroom in it with couch, TV, refrigerator. There was one that was like an office space with chairs, desks, and file cabinets. Question: in the studio rooms themselves, where were those like? What did they look like? The studio rooms? Yes. Where the studio took place? I mean, the recording took place? Is that where the recording took place? In the studio rooms? Yes. So they're like vocal booths. They're where vocal booths and like other lounges. Yeah. Before your testimony today, did you review some of the photos that you identified as photos of Chicago Tracks studio? I did. And where was that studio located? On Larrabee. Is that in Chicago? Uh-huh. I'm going to hand these to you. Now I'm showing you a group of photographs. Their government's exhibits 114. Does that say 114? Yes. All right, 114A through T. Please take a moment to look through these photographs and let me know when you're finished. Sure. I'm done. Thank you. Now, space. Do governments exhibit 114T? Are those the photos that you reviewed prior to your testimony that you were just talking about? Yes. And do those photos truly and accurately depict portions of the interior and exterior track studios as they looked during the time frame you were describing? And that's 1996, 97, when you were 12 or 13 years old? Yes. I'm showing you what's been marked as 114. Do you see that there? Yes. What is depicted in 114A? That's the entry to Chicago Track Studio. What is depicted in this photo? That's the call box to the enter the gate. And do you have to use that call box every time you were trying to get inside the actual building? Yes. What is depicted in C? That's the doorway to get into the studio. So after you get through the gate, Then you get to this door. Yes. What's indeed? That's the gate of the studio. And so the main entrance is on the other side of this. Showing you what's been marked as A. What's depicted here? I'm sorry, E. That is like the hallway, and it's like the office area of the studio. So the audio, so the doorway is opening into what room? The office. We will get closer in with depicted F. That's inside the office space. And this is it as it appears in the time frame that you were visiting Chicago tracks? Yes. What is it depicted in G? That is another angle of the office space. What are the things that are on the walls there? Those are different albums that were very successful. And you are saying they were very successful. How do you know that? Is there anything in the photos that that's how it is when it's like a platinum multi-dollar sales record? Are you familiar with this record or album that is depicted here? Yes. What is that? That's the 12 play album. Can you take that down for 1 second? Show them what's been previously marked at 120. That's the album cover of 12 play album. That's a blown up picture of what you just identified on the wall in the office. Yes. What is depicted in 120? That is the album cover of 12 play. And that's the album that you saw on the wall in the office. Yes. Is this how Mr. Kelly looked when you met him? Yes. Meaning his shape and build. Correct. Did he have a bald head when you met him? I'm sorry. When you first met him for the first time? Yes. Was his hair always bald or no? He would wear it bald, and sometimes he would wear it like in a fade. So go back to tracks. All right. So we left off government's Exhibit I. What do Exhibit H? This is another angle of the office space. And again, there are albums. The album 12 play is up. Yes. And other places in the office, yes. Showing you what's government exhibit 114I. This is another angle of the office. Are these this photo here, are you aware of? Yes. What is this? Yes, those are different album covers that were also very successful. Again, what's this? What is depicted here? This is the lounge area. Is it near the office or a part of the office that we just saw? It's connecting, yes. Again, what's depicted here? And K, the office is in the background, and this is a part of the lounge space. And those lounge space, and whose office were those? Robert's. And when you say Robert, and you can refer to him as Robert in your testimony, that's fine. But when you say Robert, you mean the defendant, Robert Kelly? Is that correct? Yes. Showing you what's been marked as government's L. What's depicted here? The lounge area. Again, off of, is this Robert Kelly's lounge area? Yes. And office? What's depicted here on the walls and on the space, in the furniture? There's remote controls. That's the couch that was in Robert's lounge, as well as different accompaniments that are hanging from different album covers or music that he produced. And we'll talk about this a little bit more later. But is this a couch that was in his lounge that you just mentioned in the other photo? Yes. What is depicted in O? That's the lounge space, and that's Robert's lounge space, and in the bathroom. And would you space when you were at the studio during this time, 1996, 1997, were you space? Did you use this lounge area? Were you up in this room and were you up in here in this room and used this bathroom? Yes. What is depicted in P? That's the TV that was in the lounge as well as the bathroom area. What is in Q? That the bathroom in the lounge. What's in R? The shower that was in the lounge in the bathroom. What is in S? That is another space that was a part of the studio that was used for working out or practicing or another lounge area. And finally, thank you. What's in T? That is the office space. All right. So turning back to when you would visit the studios with Stephanie, you mentioned that you were watching them do their things in terms of making music. Is that correct? Yes. And what space. How was it for you to have those experiences? It was really nice to see them working and collaborating. And what were your intent and what were your interactions with Mr. Kelly at this time in the studio? And again, this is the time we're talking about 96, 97 when you first started going to the studio. I was just there and watching him as an artist, watching my aunt as an artist, and they were just producing music, and that was it at the time. Would you have conversations with Mr. Kelly? Yes. And what was the general nature of those conversations? What would y'all talk about? Well, we talk about basketball, we talk about music, my goals as an artist, or how I was doing in school. It was general conversations like that. About how many times a week were you visiting Chicago Track Studio again around this time early on? Maybe twice a week. Now, during this time period, again, when you were 12, 13 years old, what, if anything, did Stephanie instruct you to do to help foster a closer relationship between you and Mr. Kelly? She told me that I should ask him to be my godfather and that I should sit on his lap and I should rub his head and ask him if he would play that role in my life. And you did that? Yes. And at that time, did you want to have a closer relationship with Mr. Kelly? Yes. And for what purpose at that time? He was just a person that I looked up to. I was very inspired by him, his talent. He was fun. We had a lot in common, basketball, music. So I thought it would be a good idea at the time. And where did this happen where you asked him to be your godfather? In the office at Chicago Track Studio. In that office, the pictures that we just went through. Yes. Oh, Sparkle, sit in his lap. Come on. Come on. This shit remind me of Asriel Clary telling her mother telling shimmy him, sit in his lap. Like, like they came from the same fucking school. Like, what the fuck? Pardon my French, man. I just can't believe grown ass women is doing this, man. Sit in his lap. Disappointed. If this is true, Sparkle, I'm very disappointed, man. That I should sit on his lap and I should rub his head and ask him if he would play that role in my life. Wow. And where did this happen when you asked him to be your godfather? In the office at Chicago Track Studio. In that office, the pictures that we just went through, right? Yes. What was his response? He looked up at me and he kind of chuckled a little bit and he said, yes. Did you have other godparents at the time that were named by your parents? Yes. What, if anything, did you tell your parents about you asking Mr. Kelly to be your godfather? I just let them know that I have a new godfather. Obviously, they knew who it was. I let them know Robert agreed to be my godfather. And, they thought it was cool. And you said your parents obviously knew who he was. How do you know they knew who he was? They knew who he was through my Aunt Stephanie. And at the time, she was recording with him. So they, from her being musically inclined and working with him and signing the record deal with him, that's how they became familiar with him. Stop asking this girl some stupid ass questions, man. Get that motherfucker. Keep playing, boy. You're gonna lose your life. And that's how I became familiar with him. And was your family working with Mr. Kelly at this point? No. But later he would come to work for Mr. Kelly. Wait, and was your father working with Mr. Kelly at this point? No, but later he would come to work for Mr. Kelly. Yes. Correct? Okay. I'm gonna catch this motherfucker. So you talked a little bit about you talked a little bit to us about what your interaction with Mr. Kelly were before he became your godfather. After that conversation, did your interactions with Mr. Kelly change? Yes. So first, let's talk about the conversation, the things that you guys would say to one another. How did the way I hate how this lady talk. How space. Did the way that he spoke to you change? Objection on the foundation grounds. What do you want? You want the date or time? Well, just generally, some time period, Ms. Bonjean's saying. All right, the place and time establish what we're talking about with these conversations, to the prosecutor. Yes, Your Honor. So in the time frame after he asked you to be, they got this wrong. So in the time frame after you asked him to be the godfather, that's the time frame you were talking about, okay? And how old were you during that time? I was 13. Okay. So when you were 13 years old, did the way that Mr. Kelly spoke to you, speak to you in conversations after he became your godfather change? Yes. And about space. What's the time frame between the time he asked you to be his godfather? She asked him to be his godfather, to be her godfather, and the time that these conversations started to change. Weeks. And you were 13 years old, correct? Yes. So what was the nature of in which the conversations changed? it became sexual. How did it become sexual? Through his tone of voice and just the things he might say? No, you goddamn Stephanie telling you to sit in that nigga lap. This is disgusting me, dog. I can't believe women do this shit. This is, yo. If I had a wife or a baby mother that did this, man, I would be sick to my fucking stomach, dude. This is bothering me. So, what was the nature of in which the conversation changed? It became sexual. How did it become sexual? Through his tone of voice and just the things he might say. And how did they start first in person or on the phone? Oh man, now how would you come on? Did this sound coached on the phone? Like you would have to notice to change that up. And can you explain? Because she never said anything about any conversations on the phone. She's never said anything about them exchanging numbers. So you could tell this is an interview that was coached because she effed up and said, and how did they first start in person or on the phone? You know what I'm saying? Like, come on. All right, on the phone. And can you explain to us what do you mean by things became sexual specifically? We would spend a lot of time on the phone together, and eventually he might ask me questions like, what color panties are you wearing? Anything else? Anything else in those conversations? That's all I can remember. That's not a sexual goddamn conversation. Things of that nature to start with. When you say things of that nature, were there other things that he would ask or tell you that was going on with him during the call? Here comes Ms. Bonjean. I'm going to object to the foundation. Is it a call? Specific call? She wants to know, I guess, on the telephone, or I guess you said it's on the call. So the question was, what are space. What are some of the other things that he would say that you said that were sexual in nature that were different in the way that he started to talk to you? Oh, about my breast growing. Like I said, the content of my undergarments, like the color of my panties, or if I'm wearing, I need to be wearing bras and things like that. That's not a sexual fucking conversation. You tell a girl she need to be wearing bras. Those are health concerns. Not saying that he wasn't having a sexual conversation with her, but give us like some shit. Like the nigga told me, yo, I want to eat it. Or, I want to have sex. These ain't sexual conversations. Did the conversations on the phone progress to something more sexual on the phone? Yes. What? Phone sex. Now, when you say phone sex, what do you mean? He would start asking me different questions sexually and would let me know that he was jacking off. Now, that's phone sex. Now, you said that about how long after the conversation about him being your godfather until these more sexual conversations occurred? About how much time? It was weeks. And did this type of talk continue in person? Yes. Where was Sparkle? Why are you not asking her, did she have this conversation with her aunt? Wait, you know what? I'm jumping the gun. Okay. And did this type of conversation talk, and did this type of talk continue in person? Yes. And where would these conversations happen? Again, you were 13 or 14 at this time, correct? Yes. I'm sorry. What was the question? Uh, where were these conversations occur? Where would these conversations occur? It will occur at the studio, or if we were riding in the car or over the phone. Did the conversations about things that were sexual in nature that you described earlier, did that become more than just talk? Yes. When did that become more than just talk? Around the age 14. Can you tell us about the first time that talk became more than just talk? It became physical? Yes. We were in the studio and we were like watching TV and chilling after maybe a set that ended. And it began with like rubbing and touching. Can you be a little more specific about how the encounter happened, how it went down? Okay, so we were sitting in the office area of the studio of the on the couch, talking, watching TV. And obviously we have been and obviously we had began phone sex at the time. So it would start out like a regular conversation, like we would be having during the phone sex. And this particular time, it became more physical with touching of the breast and him rubbing on. He was rubbing on what? Your genital area? Uh-huh. Objection and leading. Yeah, don't lead. Have her describe it. Where was he rubbing? He was rubbing my vaginal area as well on himself. Was he rubbing himself? Yes. Where? On what part of his body? On his genital area. Were other people around? Let me back up. You said this happened in the studio. Is that correct? Yes. Chicago Tracks, right? Yes. And was it in one of the rooms that we saw on these pictures? Correct. Did you say that this happened on the couch? Is that what you said? Yes. And it was the couch that was in the pictures that we saw, right? Yes. And what time of day was this, if you recall? It was like the wee hours of the night, like after studio, after a studio session. Wait, the weary hours of the night. And she's 14 years old? Where are the parents? Where's Auntie? And Sparkle came after Aaliyah. Am I correct? So the weary hours of the morning, and she's there after just meeting him for weeks. They leaving her alone with this man after just meeting him for fucking weeks. You kidding me, right? She tell her niece to get in this nigga lap and rub his head and leave him with just weeks later after the Aaliyah. How are the parents not in jail, man? Yo, man. How is she in the weary hours? And what, R. Kelly's like 30 at this time? And what time of the day was this, if you recall? it was like the wee hours of the night, like after the studio session. Were other people around, meaning in that room or in that general vicinity? No. Where were your parents or Sparkle? How is it that you were able to be with him at night? You said this happened at like in the wee hours of the night. Is that what your testimony was? Yes. How was you able to be with him at night? Well, by him becoming my godfather and spending time around him casually, like at the gym, my parents felt comfortable enough to, at the time, let me stay there because I was there for the sessions. And it was like normal for me to be there watching him produce. And it was just when he became my godfather, I was able to do that without my aunt being involved. After weeks, come on, man. After weeks, I could see after a year, 6 months, after weeks, after weeks. Yo, I was able to do it without my aunt being involved. So your aunt wasn't around during this encounter that you are talking about that happened on the couch in his studio, or sorry, in his office space. Correct. Was Mr. Kelly married at the time? Yes. Did your parents know that you were at the studio at the time? Objection to what other people knew, unless she has a first, well, overruled. She can answer. Can you repeat the question for me, please? Sure, I can rephrase. Did you tell your parents you were at the studio at the time? No. They would think that I was going back to the house as with the family. Now, why would she be lying to her parents to where she's at if it was nothing wrong? Or is she fucking lying? How would her parents not know where she's at 14? Like she could lie and say, I'm going over here, and they not going to fucking know? Come on, man. Y'all gotta be some better parents out here, according to these people. No, they would think that I was going back to the house as with the family in the weary hours of the night. Where the hell was the parents in the weary hours of the night? And when you say the family, who are you talking about? His wife. Wait, what? Can you repeat the question for me, please? Sure, I can rephrase. Did you tell your parents you were at the studio at the time? No. They would think that I was going back to the house as with the family. And when you say the family, who are you referring to? Who are you talking about? His wife. His wife, meaning Drea Kelly, Robert R. Kelly's wife? Yes. Wait. After the first sexual encounter that happened on the couch there in his office lounge, did things progress sexually? Yes. How and where? They started to progress vaginally. We started penetration. That was at the George Street house. This shit is knocking me out my seat. Before there was penetration, and you were talking about vaginal penetration, sexual intercourse, is that right? Yes. Before that, there were other sexual acts that you engaged in before getting to that point? Yes. Can you please describe those acts and where they would occur? They would occur at the studio or at the George Street house. And was it through like different sexual acts being filmed? They would occur at the studio or at George Street house. And it was through like different sexual acts being filmed. Okay, so let's back up a little bit and talk about the progression of time. So you were, again, this was around the time you were 13 or 14, correct? Objection. She testified to she was 14. Excuse me? Leading is inappropriate. Okay, all right. I guess she wasn't. Be more specific. 13 or 14? What age are you talking about? Yes, Your Honor. When you were 14, so you were talking about when you were 14 years old. Uh-huh. And Mr. Kelly was engaging you in sex acts when you were 14 years old. You explained that at some point it turned into vaginal intercourse. But before that, there were other sexual acts. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. So what type of sexual acts before intercourse? It would be like oral sex, kissing, hugging, sucking on breasts, sucking on, oral. How would you know what to do with him sexually? Because he would tell me what to do. Were you familiar or had you heard of sexual requests that he was asking of you? No. You had mentioned that, so at some, and you were, these acts happening, this lady how she talk? You mentioned that, space. So at space. And where were these sex acts happening? Again, before there was sexual intercourse, at the studio and at the George Street home. How old were you when you began having sexual intercourse? How old were you when he began having sexual intercourse with you? 15. How do you know? How is it that you know you were 15? Because that's when I lost my virginity. Now, you just told us that you would have these sexual intercourses at the George Street house and the studio. Now, how was it that you, that you would meet up with Mr. Kelly to engage in sexual acts? Can you repeat the question for me, please? Yeah, me too, please. Fucking lady. Yes, I can. Yes. You had mentioned that you had sexual acts with Mr. Kelly at the studio and at his home at 1010 George Street, right? Is that correct? Yes. And you weren't living at either of those places, correct? No. At this time, again, 14, 15 years old, correct? So how is it that you all hooked up and connect to meet up to have sex or engage in sex acts? Usually I would get space. Go to the basketball gym with my friends, parents. No. Go to the basketball gym with my parents or my aunt still. And we would leave there, maybe go eat or go back to the studio. And then it would be like weekend situation where my parents knew that I was going to be going to my godparents' house for the weekend. So they would pretty much drop me off and then leave. Okay, and how would you communicate with Mr. Kelly in advance of these times where you would meet up. It would be over the phone. I would just ask him if it was okay to come over for the weekend. And he would say yes. And he would say, you can meet me here, whether it be the studio, the gym, or wherever it was pretty much happening at the time. How would the invitations go? Would he sometimes invite you to come over, or would you just sometimes ask to come over? Yes. She just asked you two questions. And were you meeting up so that you can engage in these sex acts? Yes. What would you discuss? Would you discuss that on the phone? No. Where would you say that? Where would you say that your parents would drop you off? Bonjean objects. I'm going to object. We're talking about, I don't know if she's 1 minute, she's talking about 13, 14, 15. There's no foundation, and there needs to be some foundation. Your Honor, we're talking about when she was 14 years old. No, we weren't. She said 15. Leading up, I was finishing my sentencing leading up to when she was 15 and engaged in sexual intercourse. All right. We haven't gone. That's the time frame we're in right now. Okay, we're asking whether she was 14 or 15. Make sure. I think that's what we need to know. Yes. When you ask specific acts, yes, Your Honor. Okay. So we had talked about sexual intercourse occurred when you were 15 years old. Prior to that, you were 14. He was engaging you in oral sex and other sex acts, right? Yes. So between the time you were 14 years old up until the time you were 18 years old, was Mr. Kelly engaging you in sexual acts? Yes. Including oral sex, correct? Correct. Sexual intercourse, yes. Is that right? Uh-huh. What were some of the places that Mr. Kelly would engage you in sexual acts during that time period? At the question, hold on. At 14 up until you were 18. Oh, at the studio, on the bus, at the George Street house. Are there any other places that this occurred between the time you were 14 years old to the time you were 18 years old? Hotels. Where would hotels be? Different places, Florida, New York, different states. About what was the frequency of the sex acts? Very frequent. We're talking, let's talk about in terms of like times a day or times a week. I'm going to object. Again, this is between the age of 14 to 18. That's an entire 4-year period. Between the ages of 14 to 18, yes, Your Honor. She has knowledge of what happened to her during those years. She can testify. All right. Ask her that. We'll go ahead. Objection is overruled. Go ahead and ask her the questions. About how many times did Mr. Kelly engage you in sexual intercourse during that period from 14 years old to 18 years old? I'm going to object. The intercourse started at 15. So the question is misleading. I would ask for a proper foundation. This is the details. These details are important, at least they are to us. The court, I believe it was 15 to 18, Miss Appleton. Yes, from 15 to 18. How many times did Mr. Kelly engage you in sexual intercourse? Innumerable times. I'm sorry. Like uncountable a lot of times. Are you talking about tens or hundreds of times? Hundreds. So it's safe to say that you can recall every single instance and every single occurrence. That is correct? Yes. You mentioned you had mentioned just now in your testimony that between the ages of 14 and 18, you were engaging in sexual intercourse that happened at Chicago Track Studio. Is that correct? Yes. Those photos that were just seen earlier of Chicago Track Studio, did sexual intercourse occur in any of those rooms? Yes. Which ones? All of them. The office where there was a massage table? Yes. And did sexual acts occur on the massage table? Yes. And the room, which was, I believe, did you say it was a lounge room? Yes. In that room as well? Yes. Now, when you strike that, did Mr. Kelly ever provide you with alcohol during the times you were together? Yes. Objection to the foundation again. Your Honor, again, she was there. She can testify to what happened to her. If you would like the time frame, we can zero in on that. It's just foundation. Just foundation, Judge. A little bit of foundation. This is years of time period. She wants to know when, I guess, the pinpoint, the judge is saying she wants to know when. I guess pinpoint the date when they started drinking alcohol. I guess would be a good way to start. Can you pinpoint the time you began giving your alcohol the first time? 14. What effect, if any, did alcohol have for you? I'm sorry, can you repeat that? What effect, if any, did the alcohol have on you? I don't remember a lot. I used to consume a lot of it during that time. So it affected me. It helped me loosen up. It kind of took me away from the moment. During the time you were between 14 and 18, and you were engaging in sex acts with Mr. Kelly, what, if anything, were you shown during sex acts or leading up to sex acts? I was shown other pornography tapes. When you say pornography, what do you mean? Can you describe what you mean? You were shown? It would just be on the television, other pornography going on television while he and I was engaging in sexual activity. And if you can recall, were you able to identify any people that were in the pornographic images? Yes, some of the people I knew. Without saying, did you know the females and the males or just the males? I knew both. Were some of them people, objection, Your Honor, to leading? Go ahead. Who were some of the people that were depicted? I don't know. That's not who. Wait a minute. I'm going to object to the relevance of who was depicted as well, Judge. She started to lead. I objected. Start the question with who? I guess I would. Okay. Who was depicted in the videos of pornography that you saw that Mr. Kelly would show you when you were engaging in sex acts? Objection, relevance, overruled. Robert. Now, at some point, when again, during the time period when you were 14, 15 years old, did Mr. Kelly ask you to invite your friends to engage in sexual activity? Yes. What, if anything, would he say to encourage this? He would just kind of like make an advance, like, what's up with this person or that person? Like, how would you feel if they were included in on our sexual activity, or he would like kind of crush on them a little bit? He would kind of crush on them. Is that what you said? Yes. What does that mean? Just like be kind of flirty or whatever remark he was making towards that person to me. What was your response? I told him, yes, I would basically pitch the idea. Were two of these friends that you pitched the idea to Pinky and Brittany? Yes. And now Pinky and Brittany are not their real names. Is that correct? Yes, correct. Those are pseudonyms. Pseudonyms, right? Yes. Is Pinky your age? Yes. When was the first time Mr. Kelly engaged you and Pinky in a sex act at the same time? How old were you? I don't know, about 14, 15. And where did this occur? At the George Street house. And can you explain in detail that encounter? We had went in the studio. We ended up going to the George Street house. It was a weekend, and we led up to it by having like different phone conversation or different like flirty encounters if we would be around each other. And when we were at the George house, we started engaging in sexual activity all together. And at this point, was it this first instance, was it a sexual intercourse? It was intimate, yes. At that time, we were engaging in sexual intercourse, yes. When you say intercourse, do you mean actually vaginal intercourse or oral sex and fondling and things like that? Yes, all of that. After that time, did you have multiple sexual encounters with together with Mr. Kelly and Pinky? Yes. How old were you? I was probably about 15 and 16. Okay, so when the events occurred, if they were prior to 15, were they sexual intercourses or were they other acts? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? So when the acts occurred when you were prior to the age 15, was it sexual intercourse or other sexual conduct? Other sexual conduct. And from the time you were 15 until after, it included sexual intercourse. Is that correct? Yes. And again, about how many times did you have sexual intercourse with Mr. Kelly and Pinky during the time frame when you were 14, between 14 and 18? It was several times. At some point, did these sexual encounters between the three of you, did they stop? Yes. And why did they stop? Because I had found out that Pinky was seeing Robert outside of us engaging together. So she and I stopped being friends. And when you say seeing Mr. Kelly, what do you mean? Like sexually, like outside of us all being together, she started seeing him separately without my knowledge. About how old were you when that happened? About 16. 16? Is that what you said? Yes. And you said that Pinky is your same age. So she was about 16 when this happened too? Yes. Now, regarding Brittany, is Brittany your same age or is she older? She's older. Do you recall how old you were when Mr. Kelly engaged you and Brittany in the same sex act at the same time? About 15. Do you recall that first act occurred? Do you recall where that first act occurred? It occurred at the studio. I'm going to show you a photo showing you what's been previously marked at Government's Exhibit 108. Do you see 108 on the screen? Yes. And again, using her pseudonym, who is the individual depicted in Government Exhibit 108? Brittany. How long can you explain again? Where did you meet Brittany? We met at school. And so that was back when you were how old? I was about 15. And did you know Brittany? Well, are you still in contact with Brittany from time to time over the years until the age of now? You are 37. Yes. So you would be able to recognize her if you saw her. Yes. And again, who is depicted in the photo? Brittany. And does it truly and accurately depict Brittany? Yes. Your Honor, the government moved to admit 108 and publish it to the jury. No objection. Okay, no objection is admitted, published. And again, who's depicted in 108? Brittany. And again, forgive me, did you say how old you were when Mr. Kelly engaged you and Brittany in sex acts at the same time? About 15. About how many sexual encounters did you have with Mr. Kelly and Brittany? Multiple. The three of y'all together? Multiple. Between 5 and 10 or much more than 10? Between 5 and 10. Can you describe the sex acts that occurred between Brittany, Mr. Kelly, and yourself? It involved vaginal and oral sex. And where did these sexual acts take place? Usually at the studio. And at some point, did they stop? Yes. Why did they stop? Because similar to the same situation, she and I stopped being friends because she started seeing Robin separately from all of us being involved or being around each other without my knowledge. And when you say seeing, what do you mean? Sexually, just hanging out. Your Honor, if we're going to break, now might be a good time. If this is a good time to break, we will break for lunch. Okay. That's the end of that one. Okay, let me continue. All right. So they come back. Jane, can you remove your mask? Okay, thank you. I pull the microphone nice and close. Now, you explained in your testimony earlier that the conversations changed to sex talk with Mr. Kelly. Do you recall that testimony? Yes. Can you explain to the jury if you know why you all engaged in sex talk at that time? Again, after he became my godfather, there became an attraction and he started making advances, and that's how it unfolded. And why did you engage in sex talk with him? I just kind of went with the flow. He kind of threw me off. I wasn't exactly sure how to respond or how I should handle it. So I just was being responsive. And how did you review Mr. Kelly at the time when the sex talk started and you participated in it? How did you view him at that time? As an authoritative figure, what do you mean? Can you explain that? Well, he was an adult and he was somebody that I looked up to. So he was an authoritative figure over me at the time, aside from the sexual acts or anything like that. So again, it went from the flow. So again, I went with the flow. Okay, when we talked in your testimony, you explained to the jurors that you started to engage in sex acts. And again, you were about before you turned 15 when the sexual intercourse began. Okay, so we're talking about that time frame between when you were 14 years old. Why? And you said you engaged in sex acts with Mr. Kelly. Why did you participate in those sex acts? It was out of intimidation. And again, like he was an authoritative figure, so I didn't know how to respond. I didn't know how to say no. I felt uncomfortable, but at the same token, I looked up to him. I did see him as an authoritative figure, so I just kind of went along with things, and then it went somewhat became normal. Okay, so when you say it somewhat became normal, what do you mean? What did it What did you start feeling for him? I started having feelings for him. I was attracted to him in that way, and things were happening so frequently. It was kind of just like being done out of repetition. And when you say things were happening so frequently, what are you talking about? It's sexual involvement, engagement, our interactions. Okay, and then again, so we're talking about the period of when you were 14 and sex acts were occurring. And then you explain to the jury that you were 15 that progressed into sexual intercourse. Is that correct? Yes. And you had explained that you knew you were 15 because that's when you had lost your virginity. Is that correct? Correct. And just to be clear, to whom did you lose your virginity to? Robert. And how were you feeling about him at the time when you first engaged in sexual intercourse when you were 15? I developed feelings for him, and I developed feelings for him, and I felt good about our interactions. What are some of the things that, if any, he was saying to make you feel good about your interactions? That he loved me, that he would take care of me, that he was my protector. And your what were your responses to those things that he was saying about being that he would protect you and that he loved you? I would respond in the same way. I love you too. And I would feel good about the level of comfort that he was giving me. So it made me feel good. And also, and you also talked about there was a point where you were willing to bring your friends into the sexual acts and sexual intercourse with Mr. Kelly. Were you comfortable? I take that back. Where did you do those things? Because I consider myself to be a submissive person and I wanted to give him what he wanted or required. What were the ways in which you encourage your friends? Again, we talking about specifically Pinky and Brittany to join you all in the sex acts. It would start off like joking conversation of me having a crush on him or just discussing different interactions that me and him had just to gauge like how they might feel or if they would want to be included. When we were talking about Brittany earlier, you mentioned that she was older than you. How much older than you was Brittany or is Brittany? I believe a year. So when you engage in sex acts with was it that your testimony that occurred you were 15? Yes. And so Brittany have been how old? 16. And can you please explain to the jury that first experience, if you will, with Brittany, how you engaged into the sex acts with Mr. Kelly? It would start out with me just joking, saying like, "Oh, I have a crush on him," and he's like, "Oh, I like his music. I like when he says this or that with the music or that." It was like things that would have me to say that would make them like put something on their minds to engage with us. And when you recall the first instance, Brittany, with that, the first time it happened with Brittany, it was Chicago Tracks in the lounge of the studio. Okay, if you recall, can you describe that interaction? We were all sitting on the couch after the studio session, watching TV, as I usually go, or maybe listening to some music that had just got finished up. And then we would start by like him saying, I want to see you do this to Brittany. I would like to see you do this to Brittany, or I want to see this or that. And that's when the emotions would start, or the interactions would start sexually. And when you say he was saying, I want to see you do this, or I want to see you do that, what were those things? Can you describe them? Kissing, grabbing on each other's breasts, or like grinding and on, or like grinding and holding each other by the waist and like dancing, dance moves. Okay. And would you do those things as he instructed? Yes. Why were you willing to do those things? Again, I was thinking I was in love at the time and I was being submissive and I wanted to give him what he wanted and I didn't want to upset him or make him feel like I wasn't cooperating. So I went along with it. Now, you had mentioned that you had feelings. Again, when you were 14 and 15, but you had feelings for him that you loved him. Is that correct? Yes. And what, if anything, or some of the things that he was doing at this time when you were 14, 15, and 16 that made it seem like he was, or you all were in love with one another? Just the time that he would allow me to be around him through certain emotions or like certain things he would do for me, like if it was my birthday or if anything that I wanted, he just made it seem like it was available to me. So not just materialistic, more emotional support with anything that I was going through, whether it was school, my group, or friends. He was just there for me. He was supportive. What about events? Did he attend any events that you were participating in? Yeah, yes. It would be like if my group was doing something or if I have a basketball game, things of that nature. And if and what would he do at your music groups or basketball games, if anything? He would just show up and be supportive. And it looked really cool from my friend's perspective that I had this celebrity showing up for me. So it was more so like that. How did he make you feel when he showed up? When he showed up for you? I mean, he feel good, excited. What, if anything, did he buy you in terms of gifts? Objection, foundation. All right, give me some time frame. Yes, Your Honor. During the time frame when you were 14, 15, 16 years old, what, if anything, did Mr. R. Kelly buy you in terms of gift? He bought me jewelry, he bought me a PT Cruiser. And again, just during the time period you were 14, 15, 16, you said jewelry? Yes. What did he buy you? He bought me a cross necklace. How old were you when he brought you that cross necklace time frame? I was about 17 or 18. She asked you, and during the time period when you were 14, 15, 16, what did he buy you? You said I was about 17 or 18 when he bought you the jewelry. Okay, and when you mentioned that he bought you a car, yes. And when did he purchase a car for you? When I turned 16? Where were you when he purchased his car? In Florida? Okay, what type of car was it? A black PT Cruiser. You said you were in Florida? Yes. How did it come back to Illinois with you at some point? Wait, how? Did the car come back to Illinois with you at some point? Yes. How do you recall it got back there? I'm not actually sure. What did you tell your friends about this car? I told them that my godfather brought it for me. He brought me a new car and I was excited to take them for a ride. And that was pretty much it. Where were you allowed to tell people about this car? that he bought for you? Yo, my God. She just said that. Yo. Objection to the foundation of that question. Allowed by whom? What, if anything, did Mr. Kelly tell you about who you could share with the car? Objection. The car or the information about the car? I don't see the basis of the objection. You could clarify if you wish. Go ahead. What, if anything, did Mr. Kelly say you could tell people about the car? Just only share with my close friends and family that I was not allowed to have any guys in my car. You mentioned a necklace that Mr. Kelly purchased for you. You said, how old were you when you got it? You were 17 or 18 years old? Yes, I was about 17 or 18. Did you already have a cross necklace? Yes. Who gave you the cross necklace that you already had when Mr. Kelly gave you a second cross necklace? My parents. When did they give you that? When did they give you that necklace? When I was about 13. Were your parents with you when Mr. Kelly brought you the PT Cruiser for you? Yes. Did they question why he purchased the car for you? No, they didn't question it. They were excited for me. During this time period when you were engaging in sex acts and sexual intercourse with Mr. Kelly, so you were 14, 15, 16. That's the time period we're talking about right now. Who, if anyone, did you tell that you were engaging in these sex acts and sexual intercourse? No one knew besides Brittany and Pinky. And why is that? Because I was told to keep it a secret and not to share with anyone. Who told you to keep it a secret and not to share with anyone? Robert. When did he tell you this? As soon as we became involved sexually. So this was around the time you were having sex when you were 14. I'm going to object to the leading. How about when did that happen? That's the appropriate question, not the leading. Yes, it's the leading. So go ahead. Yes, Your Honor. When did this happen when he first instructed you not to tell anyone? When I was about 13 or 14, when we became sexual. Okay, when you say became sexual, what does that include? The phone conversations? Do you include that when you are saying we became sexual? Yes. Did this instruction in terms of keeping it quiet, a secret, I think those were your words. Did that ever change? Can you rephrase your question for me, please? What did he tell you about keeping the sexual acts a secret? That it was very important that I didn't share our sexual relationships with anyone because he could get in a lot of trouble and he wanted to protect that side of things. So he was just overly stressing how important it was that I remain loyal to him and not share this involvement with anyone. Did you want to share that with anyone at that time? Again, we're talking about when you were 14, 15, 16 years old. Yes. At the time, did you want to share with? I wanted to share with my friends. I thought about sharing it with my aunt, and eventually I did. So you telling me Sparkle knew about this shit? But not at the time when you were 14, 15, and 60. Is that right? No, not at that time. And in your mind, all right, Sparkle, you off the hook on that part. No, not at that time. And in your mind, why did you not share with those friends that you wanted to share with when you were 14, 15, 16? Because I was afraid. I'm going to object. You mean aside from Pinky and the other Brittany? I'm just confused at this point. Your Honor, if we could not have speaking objections, well, I don't see a basis for the objection. Well, she said her friends. I would object on the foundation. It's not clear to me because she previously testified that she was having threesomes with Pinky. Just a minute, let me see. The objection is overruled, but let's go on. The question was, what did you want to share with your friends when you were 14, 15, and 16 about the sexual relationships with Mr. Kelly? I'm also wanting to share the relationship because I was excited. Again, I thought I loved this person, and it wasn't exciting. It was exciting, but a secret. So there's times other than Brittany or Pinky that I was close to people that I would have liked to share what was happening between us, but I didn't feel comfortable doing that because I was told to keep it a secret. And you had said that you were scared and that's where you had stopped before the judge. I'm going to object. That is leading. Objection. She answered the question. Let's move on. All right. Let's move on to when Mr. Kelly and you were engaged in sex acts and sexual intercourse. Again, at the time frame that shifted was 14, 15, 14 and 15 years old. Did Mr. Kelly ever record you to engage in the sexual activities? Yes. And when did that start? When I was 14. Do you recall the first time that he recorded you to engage in sex acts? Not the first time, but I recall around the time it started happening. Yes. Okay. How were the recordings made? What equipment was being used to make the recordings? They were lighting cameras. It was lighting and camcorders. How did you feel about being recorded? I was uncomfortable. Why did you go along and do it if you felt uncomfortable? Because again, it was an authoritative figure over me, and I didn't feel comfortable telling him no, or I didn't look forward for. I didn't want to look awkward for engaging and not participating. So I went with the flow of whatever he said to do. Where did the recordings take place? Again, when you were 14, 15, and 16 years old. It would be on the bus, at the studio, whether it was Chicago Tracks or Bass Productions, as well as the George Street House. Was there any setup to these recordings? Would you discuss them in advance? No. When the first time there was a recording, how did you know that? You were being recorded. How did you know that it was happening? Because he let me know that he wanted to videotape me. And when we were in the room, he was like setting everything up as far as like, again, the lighting and the camcorder and things like that. Sorry, you said he was setting up the camcorder. What would he do to set up the camcorder? Put the tape in, position the camera a certain way, just getting a certain like angles with the lighting. Oh, okay. So prior to your testimony today, did you view some of the recordings that Mr. Kelly made of him and you engaging in sex acts? Yes. Specifically, did you view 3 separate and distinct sexual encounters? Yes. Where did these sexual encounters? Oh, let me back up. When I say 3 separate, distinct, were those different times at different times? Yes. Where did these 3 sexual encounters occur? One was in the living room, one was in the George Street house, and one was upstairs in the bedroom of the George Street house, and the other was in the log cabin of the George Street house. And when you say the log cabin of the George Street house, what room is that? It's like the basement, the log cabin area. Okay. What is there any type of equipment, something that's in that room? Yes, a jacuzzi. Okay. And you saw that in the picture that we reviewed, right? Yes. No, we did not review those earlier. You saw those in the picture we reviewed prior to your testimony. Is that correct? Mm-hmm. Now, before we discuss these recordings, I like for us to get on the same page about the location that you are talking about. I'm showing you what's being already admitted into evidence as Exhibit 112A. All right. You see that on the screen in front of you, 112A, right? Yes. Do you recognize the building that is depicted in 112A? Yes. What is that? That's the Georgia Street house. The George Street house. And again, you know what? I got to take a break. I need a break. I'm hungry, and this shit is long as hell, and I am hungry. Let me write down what page I'm on. I wish I could see all y'all comments because I would love to know what y'all are saying right now. I'm going to take a break on this one. I will come back and get into this because when I tell you the girl talk about having threesomes with his wife, and I think his aunt and her aunt, but we'll get to that. But he's going to be found guilty on messing with a minor. The pornography part of it, I don't know because they don't have the original tape. Man, yeah, I know y'all want me to keep going, but I got to get something to eat, y'all. My stomach is growling over here. You know what I'm saying? So I got to get something to eat. Maybe I'll come back. If not, I will definitely do it early tomorrow. I promise y'all, I will finish early tomorrow. But I got to get something to eat. Shout out to those who cashed at me. Y'all just brought me dinner. Carmen and who's the other person? Carmen and Christopher, good looking. Appreciate y'all. Also, Aaron, I appreciate you, Aaron. Eddie L, Wayne Scott, LaShawn L. Thank y'all very much. Make a brother feel appreciated. And thank you, Queen Diva. I appreciate you too. So, yeah, y'all, I'm going to come back. Depending on how quick I eat this food, I might come back tonight. If not, I will, I'll come back tomorrow. And then after I go through this, maybe we should open up the panel and because I would love this. Like, I'm going to go back and watch this live right now while I'm eating because I want to look at all y'all comments because I see it's a hell of a lot of comments. So I'm going to go back and watch these comments as I eat. And if I feel up to it, I'm going to come back on tonight. If not, definitely tomorrow early. All right. Choke no joke. Y'all already know what it is, man. It's truth be told all day, every day, even on your birthday. All right? Holla back in a second.
Oh yeah. My man had to come through and make sure it went through. Y'all niggas is in trouble. Choke no joke. I ain't no joke, the mixtape. We here now. You already know. Let's go. Choke chillin', got away from the building. Ain't shit really changed though, I'm still that villain. I'm making money with rhyme, fuck black on black crime. Beef and money don't mix, like Muslims and swine. I'm talking milk, penicillin, y'all be illin'. Y'all be thinking y'all killers, with y'all school face grillin'. Kick that bullshit to me, y'all be wet though like Bruce Lee. And Brandon and a hearse on the highway to heaven. Man, you making mad threats and stuck in one section. I'm OBP like Naughty, making connections. Talking under your breath, get you something you don't need. 2 fully loaded Macs, filled up with heat. Nigga, you sweeter than 30 days for a body. Pop shit to these niggas, see me walk by me. But I ain't looking for no beef, I don't eat bologna. But I bring a whole cow if you run up on me. Shiesty, try me and hype me to peel your wig back like 10 cent icy. Bring it, stop bluffing, I got your threats, they mean nothing. I respond like Bond, I come through, I'm bombing. Playing bodegas, flipping Montega. You tan in the Jacks, I tan in Jamaica. Faker, wouldn't bust if he raped ya. Your chick outblazed her, hit it like Jada. While you blew up a pager, had her breathe like Vader. Your star at war, with the lightsaber. I'm here to lyrically tear your red, nigga, you a spear. I jack you up, now you outta here. Throw me on the 600, now fucking nigga humming. Blowing down in fab with a bad bitch blunted. I take it there, y'all niggas don't want it. Y'all niggas don't want it. Y'all niggas don't want it with no joke. Who you thought it be? Represent the NYC. Bring it on if you niggas want some of me. Have y'all niggas feeling it like Jay-Z. No joke, who you thought it be? Represent the NYC. Bring it on if you niggas want some of me. Bronze King like the LORD-FINE-SC. And that bullshit y'all do, y'all niggas don't stress me. Oh yeah, and you already know, either war what it is.
Stay the
Don't follow those cats. Choke no joke, you already know. Let's go out the gray, go! Now I'm out the game, feel good, not pitching in the hood. And I really don't think I could go back to selling crack and stashing them packs in my ass. I maintain weekly money the same, and nah, I don't go through them games. Niggas testing my brain with them triple beams filled with change. Pot crack, grams in the drain, get hit with the fake exchange like baking soda flour after being on Broadway for hours. Getting knocked, being back at start. Niggas testing if I got heart. Pushing me to pop some shots, just stop the ball before the start. Old lady with the binocs, give description to cops while they try to tear us apart with that good cop, bad cop. I ain't going for the game, he ain't tell you a thing. Your partners with him saying the same. You tighten them cuffs till you see veins. Stop fucking yanking them down. They might fuck you if you ain't sane. And nigga never sniff cocaine. And I don't care what game or part of the area you claim. Gray Scarface, you must be insane. Nigga, Tony fucked the boy's Dane. His right hand man, he's slain to get his back blown out the game. Do it on the low, let nobody know. No pillow talk to home. And if he step on your toes, don't bust a blame, cause everybody will know. Or get out the game. They say that change is good. It's a lot of stress in the hood, and I know if you could, you would. Get out the game, but you stuck in that time. Where the nigga public like shine. For a witness to drop a dime. For self-defense, do or die. Celebs doing time. Mike Vick on the child line. Even Kobe, Jason Williams, Gage, kick like Shinobi. Little Kim for perjury. You know you done fucked up, right? You know you done fucked up, right? Let's go. When it's late night, make sure it's packed tight. And when you take those flights, never eye the Jake in sight. And shake them fuckers when they dead to right. Making a fifth go rumble. Because of stick up trouble. Blasting your gap for a cat, for a fact, with some crap that don't involve you. For some dudes that don't love you, all they wanna do is pawn you until you go down. And don't do shit for you when you lock down, or even when you touch down. But they tell you to go to the pound. The same block that gave you a pound. Years in the pen, now you live it again. What mind state are you in? When you back it for 10, and you was just waiting for a teen to come home to relive it again. Entrapment should be a sin. The way they reel us in, will roll us to a revolving door to bring us in. This shit is insane. The game is insane. The game will fuck with your brain. That's why I'm out the game. Yeah. Just get out the game, man. I know they told y'all there's only 2 ways out. Jail and death. Nah, just get out, nigga. Just get out, man. It's easy. Just walk away, nigga. If they care about you, they'll let you go. If you in the game and you wanna go and get a better life, and they won't let you walk away, what do that say? Get out the game, nigga. You wanna sleep easy, nigga? Look at these rap niggas, nigga. You wanna be the next rapper, trapper, clapper, federal indictment rapper, huh? I keep telling y'all niggas, man, get out the game, man. Joke no joke. Grego, you already know. The beast is chemical, baby. That's why I'm out the game.
Stay the